Hey everybody, welcome back to Angry Coach Marathon. Yes, your favorite game that is older than your children that you use as an excuse not to play, StarCraft 2. Actively supported by whatever community members came together and managed to send Bob the intern a patch to upload on his phone. Coming up, yes, there's a patch for StarCraft 2. It's been a year and a half. No, it's not out yet. No, it doesn't affect any of the players we're going to see today. No, it doesn't contain significant balance changes. No, it says nothing about the map pool. No, it doesn't really change the pro meta or the non-pro meta overall. But yes, it's got you interested again in StarCraft 2. So interested, we already have so many great players lined up for Angry Coach. We got gold Zergs. We got platinum Zergs. We got gold Terrans. We have platinum Terrans. That's all we have so far, including a player I was one step away from reporting in the last Angry Coach Marathon, boldly showing off that they've progressed as a player and aren't actually a shallow learning robot. So much and more to boost your self-esteem and drop your MMR, this time on Angry Coach Marathon. So, for those who don't remember, we have Lore in the chat. I had reasonable doubt. Last time, as we saw some of the most confusing. He's changed his name from Xenon, but he's in the chat. He convinced me enough that he is just a crazy Terran who never learned to walk and talk at the same time. He learned to walk real good, and then he forgot how to walk, and then he learned how to talk, or something like that. I don't know. But we're already off to a start. This is just from, like, Jimmy, can we just bring up... Okay, so we actually got the full account. Very bold, and once again, I'm not going to be spending 2 hours. I'm going to judge one replay. But if you guys remember, if you saw the whole story, I was impressed, confused, and concerned by the very, very unique habits of our player here. But if you look closely, you'll see that it is indeed our hero, or villain, or whatever is in between. So... Meanwhile, we're just going to ignore the chat, because that's almost always the best course of action.
Gangway, coming through.
Command center upgrade.
It is technically, well, it's unranked, but it's gold, is what it is. Because unranked just means you're too much of a bitch to play ranked. Unranked also has an MMR, and it is ranked exactly the same as ranked. Everyone else can see it. The only one who can't is you. So you are playing ranked. It's just you're hiding it from yourself. That's what unranked is for. Yes, unranked players can play against ranked. That is still the case and always has been.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
For the record, I'm not unranked here. I just left League. Yeah, that's definitely worse. Okay, thank you for clarifying, though. I appreciate it. Good to get important context. I'm not unranked. I'm just hiding it more actively. All right.
SCV ready. This better be good.
Add-on command center upgrade.
SCV ready.
You're like, Winter, didn't you say in the low APM challenge that if you feel like you're ranked in the wrong spot after like 20-25 games, you should leave League, and even though it doesn't change your MMR? No. We are well past the 20-25 games mark here. We are well past it. We are actively leaving League like we're Maru in top 3 GM as opposed to possibly a human being in gold. So... it's not gonna be 900 APM. Not until the Marine Micro, the League of Legends trained.
Want a piece of me, boy? Oh, a follower. Is that all?
5-minute catnap.
5-minute catnap is chilling for 43 months.
SCV ready. Who wants some? SCV ready.
It's so fast. But I wish I could rally my SCVs that fast. It's just such a weird I'm giving the benefit of the doubt again. Because if somebody was using, well, you could always just be very dumb. Like no matter what augments or whatever you have, or lack thereof, you could always just be very dumb. That's not fast common. I've never heard it called that.
SCV ready.
Add-on.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
You need to be smart to play Terran? No, you just need to be boring. And so far, so good. Terran actually, like, you can be creative as Terran, but the best way to play Terran is like everybody else has for 12 years straight.
Gangway. Come on. SCV ready.
You know, it's like, well, Winter, well, Hero Marine in the I am... Winter. If you look very closely at Hero Marine in the I am Katowice quarterfinals and semifinals, you'll see that Hero Marine actually went to Marines and tanks, which is very different than Marines. Well, but he did that. One time he built a battle cruiser one game, though, so that was different. Otherwise, he pretty much just made Marines and tanks, but which is very different than in Wings of Liberty, because in Wings of Liberty we made Marines, and we made Hellions. Moving on. All right, I wanna go ahead and just extra bonus time, guys. There's a developing story. We like to have developing stories in the chat, right? Like, the developing story right now is, of course, Big Daddy SC2. Big Daddy SC2, I'm gonna assume a Protoss player, has spent the last 15 minutes trying to figure out basic words and the internet. So, we'll follow his story. I am a TOS player. There it is. We know because he can't read. That's why. Terrans can read, and they do it too much. But so far, Big Daddy, unable to read, yet diamond, as he said. So, Protoss. Not to stereotype.
SCV ready.
Because if he had read, he could have just followed very basic directions. But since he cannot read,
This better be good.
it could be. It's a developing story. We'll stay tuned with this story as time goes on. And as the price of Angry Coach goes up, he will be punished more and more for his lack of literacy. Well, there goes the Reaper, which we built. You know what? Credit. We're building a Reaper now. Building things that aren't just Marines and tanks. What is this camera? Oh my. Very particular.
Go, go, go. SCV ready. Queued up, ready to go. Who wants some?
Like,
Research.
this is your... It's looking good.
Ready for dust off.
SCV
This is your... It is impressive. Like,
Research.
SCV ready.
generally, Oh, we're gonna get some turrets.
Additional supply depots.
I mean, it's a good Terran army. Oh my. We're really struggling with the whole depots idea.
We could use some help here. Be ready.
You see? That was noticeably worse than the last week. Which makes me believe that this is a legitimate replay.
We could use it.
The building not just Marines, the losing your entire army to Banelings while microing depots. I'm starting to believe here. I'll give you some credit. That is a much more along the lines of what I expect. Mistake while sending scouting Marines? No, that was completely... Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Ready for dust.
No, I thought losing your entire army wasn't a mistake. I thought it was intentional.
Command center upgrade. Upgrade complete.
Didn't mean to send my army to die. Is that true? Big if true.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Go, go, go. SCV ready.
Yo, what is this, bro? So, I want to point something out. Excuse me, are you queuing up more than one, like, exactly the perfect amount of Marines on a racks now? What happened? You were so perfect before. If you remember, I'll reference last week, there was not a single time in like 3, 4, 5 replays we looked at that he ever queued up more than 2 Marines on a barracks. But now, just hitting that button, losing Marines to Banelings. Welcome to the real world, my friend. I was banking too much. Yes, I'm sure. Can't keep up the macro. Yes. I see.
Mineral field completed.
Somehow we've gotten noticeably worse at macro, despite playing many more games. Interesting.
Our SCVs are under attack. Upgrade. Mineral field depleted.
I mean, it happens. You play too many games, you start zoning out.
Ready for dust.
Armed and ready.
Okay, here. I don't care about the rest of the game. I want a clip
Ready for dust off.
of the next minute or so I can do a side-by-side comparison. I said I wouldn't be going back. I just need to do a quick comparison. I sped it up too much. That production was very important here. Just to know, just like before and after.
Gangway coming through.
All right, burrowing a mine, building some Marines, jamming down the production key. Losing Marines to Banelings with 300 something APM. Jamming down the production key some more. And there you go.
Gangway coming through.
All right. Equip and ship. And for due diligence, I think it's only fair. The rest of the game, overall, very solid macro. For a gold player, you got the basics. You followed a great example. Compare and contrast. When was the last Angry Coach? It wasn't more than a month ago, right? I built ghosts and tried to use them, which is progress. I just want to see how much you've improved over the last month. It's been dozens upon dozens of games.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
I was so impressed by the macro before. Very, very similar opener. We're just skipping to the action. I mean, this is just Terran 101. It's just doing the same build for 10 years straight.
Add-on.
So that part is not in any way weird.
Research complete. Research complete.
Ready.
Upgrade complete.
You know, points in favor. I'll give him that. He just lost everything to Bane Lakes. Consistency.
We could use some help here.
Ready for dust off.
Armed and ready. You want a piece of me, boy? Gangway, coming through.
Ready for dust off. Ready. SCV ready.
That perfect production.
Ready for dust off.
Mineral field.
SCV ready.
Third command center. Now we got a lot of minerals in the bank. Time to bank up
Mineral
some
field.
marines. This is when you hold down the marine button. Nope, we built a command center at the
Mineral
exact
field
same spot.
completed.
Alright. Oh my.
SCV ready.
That mule drop was, assuming direct control.
SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack. Upgrade complete.
Armed and
Command's mineral field depleted. Upgrade.
Oh, no. There you go. We've queued up marines, even though the 2 marines are about to die. Or about to
Donation
finish.
confirmed.
Thank you, Big
Big
Daddy.
SC2 just donated $20.
Big Daddy, developing story
Donated on
completed.
Twitch before, but I figured it out. I keep getting spanked in private. Low and challenge has helped Toe smile.
gangway, coming through.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Mineral field.
SCV ready. Ready.
Mineral field depleted. Our SCVs are under attack.
I'm watching closely.
Upgrade complete.
It is perfect production. This is when you should be queuing. I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt that maybe it's just one of those like people who like can write a symphony without ever learning music but can't tie their shoes. Like, it's not perfect. Stop telling me it's not perfect. The reactors. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Alright. Don't help! Alright, burrowing a mine. Building some marines. Jamming down the production key. Not me. This one. The improvement. It's always nice to see. Using marines to banelings. Improvement. With 300 something APM. Alright, burrowing a mine. Building some marines, jamming down the production key. There, that's how you do it. That's how a normal Terran looks. Maybe we finally learned it. But a normal Terran is like, ah, fuck, I need to produce everything. But then they only build marines because tabbing to the other things is too hard. I am willing to give the benefit of the doubt because this is much more realistic. I couldn't make it all the way to the factory key. So I just built a bunch of marines. That is a legitimate, like, some people, that is a much more realistic mistake. Last time around. So the summary is, no. Either way, it's very gold. Okay? No matter what we see or hear here, it's a very, very gold. Not that we would know.
Mineral field depleted.
Because leaving League every time, but... Yada yada.
Mineral field add-on complete. Base is under attack.
Ready.
Upgrade.
The CCs. I'm done with this tonight. All right. This is the curious case of perfect macro and confusing decision making. Wait, are we winning? Is this a win? Legitimately spending money better than Maru. Like, I don't think Maru has this much unspent. So, there are two options. One, the decision making is so incredibly bad, we will stay... Well, actually, if you keep leaving late. So, all I have for this is one, you're definitely a fuckboy. I don't know if there's anything fucky going on besides your own brain and hands, but it's fucked. Just, I'm not exactly sure how, and I can't say with confidence. So, the fact that you just keep leaving your league already tells me you're not actually interested in any sort of improvement. Even if you pretend like you are, you will beat some players. If this is what makes you happy, and you want to keep giving me money, sure. I'm just a normal beginner SC2 player. He has several hundred games. And is leaving league in gold. So, like... It feels like a situation of like a 6th grader coming into the 3rd grade dodgeball game. Like, I'm just trying to have fun, bro. Like, look at this. I'll use my left hand. They're actually left-handed. Like, so. Percent. That's what we got. And also, you know what? Just generally, shame on you.
Shame.
Nothing specific.
Shame.
General shame.
Shame.
General shame. Maybe even admiral shame at this point. But I'm done with it. Moving on. I don't have time for that. Most of all, shame for wasting my fucking time with this bullshit. Speaking of bullshit, we have... Wait, who's up next? Dud. Dud. Against Juice Dance. Both of whom are gold Terrans. So, these players are exactly the same MMR if he didn't leave League to the last player, just for comparison. Though, you see us, if you're looking and you see Yamato cannon there, yeah. Well, yeah. That's more like it.
SCV ready.
Additional support.
SCV ready.
All right. Dud says gold TVT provides no further commentary. He's not... That's how I know Dud is still like a Metal League Terran. That and the third...
Good.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Now I have your attention.
Something's...
Zerg
Ah, it's the
18 is
depot. The
chilling for 5
depot's weird.
months.
Okay. Can you wall off like this? Why does nobody do this? I've never... It looks so weird, but he's actually a genius. All right? Yeah. No commentary coming in with one of the weird, but actually kind of smart wall-offs here. Oh my god. Who called in a squad beacon? Hello? Ah! Boop. I don't know. Orbital on time.
And our SCVs are under attack.
It's gonna be a yikes for me, dog.
Oh, a follower. Is that all?
Diceus is chilling for 1
Thank
month.
you, Diceus. So, the counter to one SCV is one SCV. Also, potentially, it's 2 SCVs. Or any amount of Marines. So, yeah, don't talk to me or my brother. Two brothers constructing a CC. It's called Two Brothers.
SCV ready.
Ah, yes, the barracks. So, Dud 2683 to be specific. Dud, are you here? If so, I mean, we're not that far in. Dud, I would love you to tell me what your build is here. With 174 gas, slapping down a second Rax, a third Rax. Okay. Like, what's the game plan? The plan is 3 Rax. Well, okay. I'm not gonna trouble you with the follow-up, which is 1 letter. Why? But okay, so generally, since the coach is technically in the name, 3 Rax is bad against Terran because they have siege tanks. And siege tanks are exactly what they sound like, so it's bad. It's not good. It's very not good. Like, you might get lucky, but generally it is not especially on a map where there's a ramp to the natural, is very ungood.
SCV ready.
It's bad. Go look at Lore's curated fucking bullshit.
SCV ready.
His build is perfect. Like, it's actually uncomfortably perfect. That's the whole deal. Like,
Donation confirmed.
better than mine.
Nova Ace just donated $20. Currently in gold was silver yesterday. I'm trash at this game
Yeah,
X_X.
Let me check.
Complete.
I'm currently using the same build for all matchups. In that case, it's worse. Okay, 3 Rex. 3 Rex was barely okay in 2011. Alright? Like, it still can work, but it is... You need to... If only somebody made a guide on, like, a basic build order, even if you're not the fastest player in the world, to get a 111, a barracks, factory, a starport, and just kind of get your basic lowdown. That would be convenient, I think. Thankfully, so Angry Coach was originally inspired. Let me tell you a story. Story time. Angry Coach was originally inspired by me. I made a lot of educational content. You got guides, tutorials, build order guides, things that one patch would have, and people would be like, can I use this anymore ever? It's like, I told you to make Hellions and then make Marines. Like, it hasn't changed pretty much since Brood War, but like, okay. Anyway, so I made all of these, and then people would still ask stupid fucking questions because they're stupid fucking people on the stupid fucking internet. So, that was annoying. But, on the bright side, those stupid fucking people also sometimes have money. So I was like, I'll take your money, and I'll call you fucking stupid because that's what you are. And I will point out all these free resources here that you could use to improve. That are provided at no cost, besides your data, which, let's be honest, is much like everyone else's. You're 31 years old, you used to play, you don't play as much anymore, you're pretty well off, you're interested in tech and gaming, and occasionally science, stuff like that, all those kind of things. Maybe sports, probably not sports, esports, something like that. Yeah, we know. But anyways, so valuable demographic. So, for free, is what I'm saying. But you chose, instead, to pay money to try to skip that line. And learn more quickly. So, in that case, I say, you spent $15 for me to tell you not to spend 300 resources on 2 extra racks when you have 300 gas in the... Like, doing a 3 racks build, at no point in any of my educational resources have I recommended a 3 racks build, at least in the 2020s. Because, while it might feel like you're doing something because you have bio units, like you're playing fucking Rainer in co-op, this isn't co-op. Your bio units don't heal themselves when they stim, they do the opposite. They die and they run up a ramp into fucking siege tanks. So, with that said, this isn't a terrible execution of it, but I assume your units will not have a good time when they try to attack.
SCV ready. Armed and ready. SCV ready.
Gangway, coming through. Kaboom, baby! This better
SCV.
Or he could just, make... Like, Banshees aren't even good. Until... So there's a reason people don't go Banshees at the pro level. Occasionally, maybe one. But nobody goes for 2 cloaked Banshees. And that's because Ravens exist. And that's because building a... You know how quickly you can get a starport in TVT? About as quick as the other dude. And Ravens take about the same amount of time to build as a single Banshee. So... Unfortunately here, this is another reason why 3 racks in TVT is, and I quote, terrible, is because it opens up an opportunity to use these builds which haven't been relevant since we started with 6 workers. So yeah, your build is bad, you should feel bad, and the game should be over, but if you look at your opponent's production tab right now, you'll see why it isn't. And this is because, unlike Lore, who is the worst version of a deep learning AI, Gold Leaguers cannot walk and talk and chew gum at the same time. In fact, picking one of the three is already dicey. So he's microing 2 Banshees, and you're watching him micro 2 Banshees, and that is all that's fucking happening right now. I do appreciate the thought process here. Other guy loses a Banshee, he's like, shit. Need another Banshee.
Under attack.
I mean... So, like, even for gold, it's... No. Alright. So, you lost 22 SCVs. Which puts you only 8 behind. Because that was effectively a 1-base Banshee build. So, yeah, this is what Gold League actually looks like, for those wondering. These turrets are not good, and they're late. This is a scanning the barn door after the Banshee has already left the starport situation. Though he is making another Banshee, so having a turret in the mineral line is not necessarily the worst thing. Just Marines don't really counter air units. They just can hit them. So yeah, you've kind of left yourself... You obviously have a better macro focus, but your build is very, very bad. As in the choice of build, not the execution. Honestly, you built most of the stuff in a relatively timely manner. I'll give you that. But it's literally, this is one of the few cases where, like, it's just you have no option. It's like going mass Zergling against someone with a wall. Technically, you can do something, but it's not... It doesn't leave you with a lot of options. Ah, yes. Everyone knows about the depot corner. Oh, look at them. Some of these depots don't like hanging out with the other depots, so they leave a little space between them. You can tell. The depot cliques forming, bullying the other depots. Some of them get supply dropped, and they think they're better. It's just their parents were rich and got them a supply drop, so they're worth twice as much. Yeah.
Base.
Yeah, when depots are like when an SCV mines enough minerals, it can go move to the suburbs and build a depot there. Like, classic.
Field depleted.
Depot gentrification is a real issue in the Terran. What is it, Dominion now or something? What are we at?
SCV ready. Gangway. SCV ready.
We don't need your kind in the neighborhood. Okay, we got enough depots here already. I bet you're gonna try to build a turret, and that's when things, bring down the property value. Oh, psh, you see? Now there are the supply drops and the not supply drops. And now you're creating this whole upper, lower class system. This is just,
Additional supply depots required.
SCV ready. Ready. SCV ready.
Nobody wants to live in the depots that fit 16 supply.
Ready
actually. Like, at first, it seemed like a good idea, but now you're like 16 supply in one depot. Come on.
Our base.
Alright, so. Twitch chat opportunity! I don't actually know who wins this game, though you might have noticed. Twitch chat sub opportunity. What's it gonna be? So, he's got way more army supply. He's got a sick bio army. What do?
New subscriber. detected.
What's it gonna be? Is he going to scan or just back off?
He walks up a ramp
Because-
and to 2 tanks.
Well, that's on the list. That's there. But is he going to run up the ramp and lose essentially everything, or is he going to run up the ramp where he knows the tanks are and then back off with like half his units left? Well, we know what it isn't. All right, 5 more seconds. And if Twitch chat, for those who've just joined us and joining us live, my fellow vampires, I give 3 subs to the chat if the people are right. I try to make these fair. In fact, there's not even a spoiler really here because nobody thinks he's just going to back off. All right, the choice is run up and then back off after losing way too much. I think that's probably a smart bet. All right.
Mineral.
Maybe a little more than half, but I think the idea was there. I think he lost about 2/3, but the sentiment, the spirit of backing off after losing way too much was definitely there. So, the people correct. He even threw the scan out, so a little bit of everything, but the majority. He turned around, and then he's like, but there are 4 Marines coming down the ramp. Which is totally worth losing. Alright, so this army starts out at 24, 32, 34 Marines, 10 Marauders, so that's 44. 50 supply army. 50 supply army. Okay.
Oh, a follower. Is that all?
And then...
New subscriber.
It's like, well, those Marines are gonna kill my tank, so might as well just lose another 20.
Mineral field.
He starts the 50 supply army and ends with 10, 22. So, almost perfect, guys. I mean, in terms of HP and cost, he's definitely well under 50%. But the total unit supply and count is about 50%. Like, so, this is not good. This was bad. So if you're like, Winter, how do I break siege tanks? He's just sitting there. That's not how. And if you had watched even the first episode of the low APM challenge, all right, for Terrans, which is the most popular because most of everyone up to gold is Terrans, statistically. Not the majority, but the strong plurality. Wait, yes, that's what it works. That's how that works. So, you would have known what a better priority is because he's not sitting there on 2 base. They rarely are. What he is doing, on the other hand, where are my memes? Jimmy, my memes! I don't have my memes. Wait, is this the meme? Oh yeah, here we are. So, did you think you would just take a third like a normie? Come on. Especially on a map with a gold base. I mean, you could have just hid behind the mineral line and all that. But yeah, like, obviously this was bad. Moving on.
You want a piece of me, boy?
You want a piece of me, boy? No. Got like a AI army here. Couple banshees, few vikings, you know, the works. Well, I think we're 3 versus 3 on whiff scans. Maybe 4.
Upgrade complete.
So the production tab, yeah. Yeah, alright.
You want a piece of me, boy?
SCV ready.
And there's a fusion core. I like it.
About to get heavy.
You thought you would be first to battle cruisers. No, my friend.
Go, go, go. Ready?
Mineral field depleted.
SCV
Ready to
So the counter to battle cruisers is not liberators with range. Vikings. You know what? Let's stick with Vikings. Just Vikings. Or more battle cruisers. We're not going to get more complicated than Vikings. Every other unit requires potentially micro. Marines do not counter battle cruisers. They just provide a relatively tanky target when you build enough of them. Oh, he's building Vikings. He just had 2 liberators to start. Yeah, there you go. It's not terrible. Like, we got the starports. I'll give some credit where credit's due.
Depleted.
The macro is much better. It's just the decision making and the 2011 build order, not so much.
Mineral field.
Okay, all we need to do is not die to battle cruisers. Okay, alright. So he doesn't even have minerals there anymore. He's out of minerals. You don't need to kill his base. You don't need to kill his natural. Okay, he's not out of minerals. Oh yeah, because he didn't expand for so long. Because he was microing 2 banshees and killing your entire mineral line. So all you have to do is cut off his bases. You have 4 bases. He has, well, at least 3. We're not super diligent on dealing with that, but all you have to do is not, like, zone out the battle cruiser. You definitely have a better economy. You've been doing priorities. I was gonna make a poll, and I'm like, nah. Why would this go any better? Well, he's got battle cruisers on my side, so like... No, just build 50 more Vikings! I guess siege tanks are still good. Gotta test it every 5 minutes to see if siege tanks, like, you know, like had a mechanical breakdown or something.
Depleted. Mineral field. Vespine geyser exhausted. Command center. Mineral field.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, we're diagnosing the problem correctly. It's just... No. The bases are... No, this is Blackburn. I guess it is... Just veto that. You know what? Just veto this map. Here's my tip. Veto this map. Because your brain isn't handling it. That's quite the Viking fleet, though. I will get 34 Vikings. He's not fucking around right now. Like, he's making more Vikings than any sort of streaming service that wants to capitalize on the trademark. Okay, well... I do appreciate the control groups we're using. namely none of them, which is definitely limiting our opportunity to, you know, attack and defend at similar times. Oh my god, is he gonna lose? I think he's gonna lose. I mean, unfortunately, right as I said that, he got smart and started killing the bases. Which is not as fun. You know, the game sounds are a bit much. Look at this double siege. Of course, the Liberator with range died to a turret, which I guess in your defense also had range, but... Oh no! Depot Heights! This is what happens! Alright, this you build the depots on the other, at your natural! So the counter to battle cruisers is still 50 Vikings. Like, you just need to be able to have your Vikings in a slightly different place than, like, Marines and tanks. And that's how you win. That's all you gotta do. It's called control groups. They're for controlling groups of units. I know it sounds like a crazy concept. He's gonna lose. Yeah, he's gonna lose. Oh my. How did you lose all those Vikings? Where the hell did they go? Like, at some point, if I am not mistaken, there were 34 Vikings. What the fuck happened? Yeah, there's 32 Vikings. I think they mostly died to turrets. Oh wait, no, the Vikings come back. Yeah. Okay. So this is where if you use control groups, it's actually easier. Because you're actively not using control groups. You have to move your camera to the units each time you want to use them. Oh. Wait. Did he land them? Or do they just kind of incidentally... They died to Marines. Yeah. What a disaster this game is. All we need is a little bit of chat action to top it off. So, I think Dud has hope here. If he I mean, not to promote myself, but to definitely promote myself. The Low APM Challenge Episode 1 is for you, my friend. It'll give you a build for the modern era, and also just the basic common sense to not run into siege tanks and turrets. And almost every TVT we play is against battle cruisers. Because, of course it is. A GG at the end. And that, my friends, secures him a solid B. For battle cruisers Imba. It probably would have been like a B-. But just generally, like, the macro was good. The build and decision making were bad. Like, don't run up into siege tanks. Just don't. Just don't do it. Just don't. Especially if you don't scan before. If you scan, see 3 siege tanks and still go, I guess that's better. But, like, just hope it, like, if you don't see it, doesn't mean they're not there. Vikings do counter battle cruisers, but only if they are allowed to shoot at them,
Is that all?
which was
Piece
not great.
316 is chilling
But
for
there's a
3
lot going
months.
on. That's a lot of pluses there. I will give you that. So we're gonna give it 12%, and all right. Right, there's a lot of hope to be had. So for those who don't know, the hope score is, in my opinion, qualitatively, if you play a decent amount of games a week, in the next month, will you move up a league? Like, what's your hope of moving up a league? And if you're in Diamond, it's moving up a tier, because each tier of Diamond is like the same MMR as a full league before it. So Diamond's kind of insane. So a B is like, I think you got a good shot.
Oh,
Winter, why don't you use a number? Because
is that all?
I don't, and that's how it
Flying
is.
Kumquat is chilling for 71 months.
Thank you, Flying Kumquat. Deal with it. It depends on a lot of things. Mostly my feelings. Speaking of feelings, I feel that a lot of Diamond players don't realize why they're Diamond. Because they'll look at the end of the game and think,
New
how did I lose
subscriber
that?
detected.
Without realizing there was a
minus
solid
4
like
hours chilling
3
for 1
minutes in the
month.
mid game where they couldn't go above 140 supply because they were supply blocked. That last game was gold. This is a different game. I'm red, not blue. Yeah, you're not unique. Like,
New subscriber
he gets supply blocked
detected.
first. I assume you kill his units, and then when you attack, you get supply
More
blocked.
disappointments. These
That's what happened. I'm going to tell you how the game goes. Like, we're going to have the exchanges. You're going to take a good fight. He's not going to be able to follow it up because he's supply blocked and doesn't have a follow-up because he's not big game. You counterattack, and that distracts you. You get supply blocked. Eventually, you lose the fight, and since you weren't able to build more units, you end up losing the follow-up fight because he still has too many units left over, and then from there, it goes downhill. But, sure, let's watch.
May Raja go like the past.
I thought this was Gold League. The last one was Gold. They're not all the same person. You know what? Is this a 3-hatch build or? Okay. So no gas, which means no speed, which is fine.
A new queen is ready.
But we are in Diamond, which is when just roach builds are no longer like the counter to roaches is essentially everything. It's just roaches usually have. Oh, what are we doing here? What is this? 3 gas. I mean, we do need gas.
A new queen has emerged from
Okay.
your forces are under attack. That command is unacceptable.
Could you just? Oh,
A new queen has emerged from your hive cluster.
Spore 20. I see you.
A new queen. The enemy has engaged your brood in combat.
Unfortunately, yeah. Wait, where are the rest of your queens? Let's see what we are missing here. I mean, this is defensible. You kind of... You need all the queens together if you're not going to have speed. Because you can't just build Zerglings. Like, slow Zerglings are just wasting money. That's what it is. Like, at least the roaches are coming out. Maybe you'll hold. This is, if he targeted drones, it would be very not good here, but... Like, this is an awkward timing, but... Yeah, this is why people do speed openers. Because, like, 20 speedlings negates all this. And you need to pull the... As soon as you see a medevac, you need to pull all the queens together. The whole knitting crew, there needs to be a queen moot. Alright? Medevac equal queen moot. Write that down. Write it down. Because this is a push of some sort. Like, he just wants to fight. So you need all the queens together. They work better in numbers. Winter, what about after the patch? Irrelevant. Transfuse will still work on defense. And also, the idea is to kill the medevac. Either way. So. Supply blocked with 41 drones. Speed for roaches, nowhere to be seen. How long has the lair been done? So the lair finishes at 5:08. Speed takes 79 seconds. So a minute 20. So that would be done at we'll say 6:30, give or take. To be fair, I was actively dying. Yeah, I forgot. This is a real-time strategy game. And he didn't give you your turn. That was very rude of him. How dare he do something and prevent me from being able to click things because he had units in my base? Yes, you did describe exactly the scenario you need to prioritize things. Better than I could. Yeah. When you're actively dying, what usually happens for most players, okay, is not so much that you're out of money, but you have too much and don't realize it, which is, you know, my entire fucking point.
The enemy engaged your group in combat. The enemy assaults your higher cluster.
The 2 Evos is not greedy as fuck. It is not. Not even close. What is greedy is no Zergling speed in general. That's greedy. Delaying the Roach Warren until the lair's finishing and then dying to an all-in because you don't have your queen's hotkeyed is greedy. All of this was holdable with 6 queens. If all the queens are together, you don't even need units. So you get 2 choices. Either hotkey all your queens, or build the Roach Warren earlier. If you want to do this brick build here and not deal with speedlings, you simply can't, like, you need all the queens. 6 queens would have dealt with this on their own. 3 queens, not so much. They get exponentially more powerful. But this is just, like, all the tools were already there when this hit. Now we're set ridiculously far behind because we just didn't bring them together.
Your brood descends upon the enemy. A new queen awaits your command.
I don't know what all this gas is going to. Ravagers? Are we doing Roach Ravager? In current year? Oh, Hydras. And then, okay. So the only reason this battle cruiser's even remotely close to scary is because your queens all died to the stupid push. This is... So, you have 0 queens hotkeyed. 0. And you just sent your roaches back to deal with the battlecruiser in a panic. Like, this is what a Terran, a diamond Terran is over here microing all this shit like they're some sort of god. Meanwhile, he's supply blocked. And he's sitting there with SCVs queued up, supply blocked, and no depots in production. Like, he is microing a laser bathtub. All you need to do is have your shit together. That's what Zerg is. That is why Zergs do so well. Because Cyril, for all his scrawny size, can take a fucking punch. All right? Like, he rolls with it. Gets hit on one side, brings 8 queens in from the other. Zerg is very much about flexibility. There is no flashy micro. It's just never missing a beat, never missing an inject, never banking too much larva, never slowing down on your creep spread. Just this inexorable force that eventually overwhelms you, or you get ghosts. Like, that is what Zerg is supposed to be. But when you keep getting poked in the eye and then sitting there like, ow, my eye, well, he's just gonna keep poking you in the fucking... That's all this is. It's one battlecruiser. It's 7.5 minutes. Like,
Your base is under your
this is a campaign mission.
You're under attack.
By the way, as soon as you see a battlecruiser, well, maybe not one, but it's probably worth it to build a spire. It's another case of, like, technically a spire is kind of expensive, but practically you're not spending your money anyway.
Your protection is unacceptable. The enemy exterminating your drones. Evolution.
There's the spire, 16 more drones. The hive should start 10 minutes on the hive. Especially if you're sitting back. Roach Hydra, you need a hive. You need a hive. You can't fight with that. An unenthusiastic hand job, a unit compositions, no. You need something to make things go more smooth. And that's Vipers. Because it's better if they can't see.
The enemy has engaged your brood in combat.
Oh, don't be fancy here. At least you started the hive. I'll give you that. You can be fancy at this point. Both of you, like, this is Diamond League now. This is why I say Diamond League does have quite, like, it's improved. I'll give both of you credit. You're both maxed out with, like, late game tech and extra bases on the way at less than 11 minutes. Even 5 years ago, that would have been, like, solid masters. So there is that. People have gotten very good at macro. So that means more people get to participate in the strategy game. The strategy game being you can't just YOLO Roach Hydra into tanks on the worst map for going Roach Hydra. This Hardwire is the siege tank map. How many ZVTs did we see at IEM? Yes, they probably weren't going Roach Hydra, but where it's just defensive Terran waiting out the Zerg until they die.
Mineral field exhausted.
Not that that matters in Diamond League, but a few Vipers go a long way. Yeah, okay, so... Vipers. Vipers.
Gathered all your base is under attack. The enemy
The alternative is neural parasite infestors, but
engaged your brood in combat.
Vipers. Yeah, I don't know where the supply blocks were, unless it was for some reason counting 200. But one Viper is worth 30 supply of Roach Hydra at this point. Because that's how much dies to like 3 tanks.
Hidden base.
Hey, you're just not building Viper. Why did we even get a hive? 3-3? Oh, no. There's 4 Vipers. That's way too late. Like, that's unacceptably late. That's what the hive is for.
The spread of your creep has been
Yeah, well, based on your control group usage so far, I expect they just immediately die to Thors. The thing is, when he's at 200 and you're at 107, it's a little fucking late. It is. You're in the wrong game now. You had 200 and a hive done. Like that, as soon as you lose any units, that's when the Vipers start. For some reason, he's backing off. Yeah, Blinding Cloud is a temporary solution. There is no correct choice at this point. Well, the correct choice is abducting individual units and somehow keeping him at bay while you slowly pick apart his army. But we're several minutes past that. Yeah. Like, Blinding Cloud is for 200 supply. If you're under 200 supply, you just gotta abduct and pray. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't good. That was... It was a C+. What is that, Diamond 2? It was, I could see you improving, but, like, you were missing... You were going down the right road, but you were missing a whole lot of steps. So, overall, fine. It was fine, but way... Vipers. I'm literally telling Silver Leaguers to build Vipers now. Like, I know, it's a lot to ask in the low APM challenge. But getting used to using Vipers at all, honestly, is probably easier for a new player than for you, my Diamond League Roach Hydra friend. It's going to be harder for you because you, on the other hand, have played so many hundreds of games without Vipers, right? Like, or... without any of that. We now have a gold Zerg. A gold Zerg at 74 APM. And, okay. Tea sandwich. So here we are. The Protoss is doing like a delayed cannon rush. The Zerg, nobody's vetoed Beckett Industries. The Zerg, who we're watching, is doing a proxy hedge. So here we are. So this is one of those, and this was sent in on drop.sc. It was not sent in on SC2 replay stats. So what that means to me is, haha, look at this cool game I played, Winter. It's so much fun and different and unique and special, and you should check it out or maybe cast it like Bronze League Heroes. It doesn't mean, here, I would like to improve. And since we just lost an Overlord to a cannon, which the Overlord first scouted the Forge, upgrading +1, and then died to a cannon, while we're proxy hatching, which seems like, you know, kind of an important part of the proxy hatch, I'm gonna go ahead and we're just gonna kick it off. And then you built both Overlord. Okay. We're doing like a spine crawler roach. The thing is, this is like fighting into a wall. This is the one scenario that this doesn't, well, at least it shouldn't work, I guess. Yeah, so obviously this is a terrible build. It's like it's the most indecisive cheese. And he's playing random. So this is what a random player looks like. I tell you, there is a difference between players who play random and random players. This, my friends, the Zerg, is a random player. It's just a normal Protoss on the other side, just standard Protoss. Like, he's just a Protoss. But that's to be expected. So we're getting Zergling speed, and roaches, and a spine crawler on 17 drones. And now we're creeping. Okay.
New subscriber detected.
So,
Only
by the
Johnny's
way,
chilling
in
for
case
6
your
months.
overlord that died
Forgot
didn't
to turn
notice,
off resub, but I'm not mad about it.
Surprise, motherfucker.
he had a forge. You kind of literally could not have missed it. Alright, so here we are. We're building 2 more overlords, which is the most cost-effective thing you can build while not supply blocked.
The hive cluster is under attack.
So, every part of this is terrible. He has a cannon because... Okay, so the first unit to die is the most important one. And the most expensive, which usually is the same thing. So, after losing the... maybe we'll get the spine crawler in range. I mean, I'll give you this. This is some real premium Gold League cheese. And then there come the DTs. So this 5-minute proxy hatch against cannon, this is what I imagine. All the people are like, I just get cheesed on the ladder. This, one of the most stoppable cheeses on both sides. Between the 1-base cannons and the effectively 1-base roaches. But it is definitely something. Alright, so the DTs are just gonna kind of win the game, I guess, right? That's how this ends? Or there's gonna be a spore? Wow, very humble, very humble. As you can tell, definitely sent in for coaching and not to... Wait, Jimmy, can we get the chart up again? Ah, yes. Very clever. Very, very well done, everyone. LOL, yeah. You know what? It's good to see people enjoying SC2, and I'm glad to monetize and tell them they're wrong. I'm not sure what a Nidus is meant to accomplish. Don't worry, we get +1 ranged attack, though. That'll solve the problems. Meanwhile, the creep spread has creeped all over the Protoss base. Will the DTs still win the game because there's no... Oh, who would have thought he would do the exact same thing we did? Why didn't you send the drones through the Nidus? Didn't think that far ahead. Like... The road, that's for army only. Okay, the drones have to walk. Uh-huh. Well, that's not good. There's no more Nidus network, so... Oh yeah, get back to mining minerals. That'll be the one. Now, one zealot. I gotta give a shout out for +2 attack on the Protoss. Wait, did he remake a forge and is now researching +2 on his... Well, yeah, we can see. I mean...
Shame. Shame.
That's shame on you in general. I'll give you that. That was entertaining. That was it's good to see people not, because I think a big complaint, a lot of people have a tough time starting out because so many people at least have a baseline level of knowledge about the game. Like, there are all these fucking YouTubers out there making these educational series and all that makes it very hard to really be creative at the lower level. But it's good to see that some people are just not bothering with that. I'll give you that. So shame on you. No hope score, because obviously there's no attempt to improve there, but I wouldn't want you to. All right. So now we have Ajax up against America. A Platinum Zerg. We've seen some ZVT. Well, let's find out. I'm gonna take this strike off for now, I guess, but Zergs are on thin ice right now. Thin creep, my queens. Very American to proxy some racks near someone's base.
Swarm forces under attack.
So that was a good response.
Swarm forces under attack. Successful.
Yeah, there you go. Just kind of deal with it because it was late. Like if you have Zerglings, you don't need more. You got 2 spines already, but this is the kind of game you just want to move the spine. So Marines. No, where are you going? Where's that queen going? Where the fuck is she going? Where are you going? What? Brenda! I have no... Is this... There must have been a misclick. So we're gonna try not to send our queens off on a pilgrimage. We're gonna try that. Let's start with that. Okay, so you can send your Zerglings across the map to scout before committing to a bunch of static defense. So every time you build a spine or a spore, you slaughter a drone. I know, Spore 20, XD. This guy doesn't... He went for a proxy Rex. You do have to make some allowances if you're ever going to break into advanced platinum. A proxy Rex means Spore 20 no longer applies. Maybe Spive 20. But he just finished his factory. He can't go... Maybe... I don't even know if it was a proxy Rex, but he can't go for mass marine and then rush you with like a battlecruiser. I would say it's not a big deal, but it kind of is when you've already killed 4 of your drones with static defense. Yeah, the spines were justified, but the spores, like, you don't have the economy to be built. I'm sorry. It's 26 to 21. You're ahead. I got that backwards. It still could be easily 28 or 29. It doesn't sound like a lot more. It very much matters. If you can't get to at least like 40 drones comfortably, you're going to feel like you have no money the entire game. But plenty of gas, because you haven't really spent any of it because you've been too busy spending all your minerals on bullshit you don't need. And your queen's off into the sun. You're moving the Overlord, and the queen has an emotional attachment to the Overlord, because back in my day, I used to be able to fly just like you. Were you as slow as me? No, I'm not even as slow as you on the ground. You're literally the slowest fucking unit. Did you know that? You're literally slower than a flying Rex. I'm faster. I could chase you down right. Watch this. Watch me. Sorry, blacked out for a second. We got more queens on the way. Finally, the Zerglings heading out. But, okay, so one of the big issues with a lot of Zerg players at the Platinum League is one thing or the other. It's Lings or everything else. And I mean that in every way. Literally, I'm microing Lings or I'm doing anything else. So this is the issue with going speed. So here we have 11 larvae in the bank. And you could justify it by saying, I don't know what he's doing. I might need some more Lings. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for now. The thing is, I don't know how much one Ling can scout that's going to make a difference, but we're going to find out. No. Guess one lane didn't cut it. We'll try 9 more. Which is not enough to kill a bunker. Okay, he's got an expansion. So this would be great, but no, it's not. Because you have 700 minerals, you stupid fuck! You know how long it takes you to mine 700 minerals? Almost 30 seconds! 476 gas, that's 3 minutes of gas! That's 3/5 of this game, and that is not a compromise I think anyone wants to worry about right now. You have 29 fucking drones. You could almost double, at least 50% more drones. Literally this moment, if you press the D key. That's all you need to do. Instead, though, we're microing Zerglings. Somehow, we've managed to not scout the 3rd command center on location. He had 1 SCV to kill. So, you get another strike if these lings die, and they will. Because even though, for some reason, there's a fucking 5 Marine, 1 Marauder strike team over here, I have no idea where they're going, but that is the only way. That was bait, so the Zerglings come in. If you build any more lings before building some drones or anything else, I may just turn this off. Let's find out. We're going up to the main. Yep, he's got a reactor. Oh, okay, you know what? What we got in... So this is strike 2, because your production tab is now entirely empty. Ah, micro! So you could have built a dozen drones. Is killing 5 SCVs more than a dozen workers? But look. We're building 7 roaches now. Why do you think 9... Are you trying... Okay, fuck off. Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here!
It's the most platinum Zerg shit I've ever seen. Like, he's right now building units to counter your fucking Zerglings. Right now. You should be suspicious as to why there's no units there. But 9 roaches is just the extra waste of money. Get out of here. That is, you're going to be platinum. It's a C-. And it's not worse because you actually defended the 2 racks and then it all went wrong. It was horrible. Like, that is exactly what I expect from a Zerg player with the attention span of a Zergling. Shame on you. Eventually you lose, probably because you have no drones, because you keep attacking with shitty units that he's pre-countering because you forced him to. Like, when you build 10 drones and get in his base, what do you think he's gonna do? Not build any more units? Is that what he's gonna do? Is that the follow-up? He has a tech lab factory. He's literally building a siege tank in front of your stupid beady eyes. We now have a Platinum Terran. We're light on the Protoss tonight. And by that I mean we have no Protoss, at least yet. Oh yeah, we got Big Daddy waiting though, of course. We got like 4 more on that. Right now, we have D-Bob. Wait, is it the Terran? Is it D-Bob? Yeah, D-Bob sent it in. I have a game for you. Not sure if it's Angry Coach or Bronze League Heroes, he says. D-Bob, Gold Terran, or Plat Terran. Then we have Tuba of Charm versus Smibs. I'm not sure which one we're looking at on that. I think it's the Zerg, which is Platinum, Advanced Platinum Zerg. Huskin D is after that, who is a Gold Protoss. Wait, is that Protoss? That's not Protoss. It is Protoss. Gold Protoss. And then Big Daddy, who is a Diamond Protoss. And then Nova Ace, who is a Gold Protoss. Well, the Protoss, I mean, they took their sweet time, but okay. So we got Protoss. So 4. I'm sorry. We got to go back and we got to analyze the build order. Very important.
ready. SCV ready.
Okay, first things first. Have you, D-Bob, are you here? I hope you are. If not, have you gone into your mouse and keyboard settings and changed your camera to more than 20%? You have. Okay. So, this is the type of camera work you do expect from the Meta Leagues. Okay, yeah. It's just not centered, which is what do you have, like a 38-inch monitor or something? Oh my god.
SCV ready.
Actually, yeah, he's like 100. Never mind, take it the other way around.
SCV ready.
27-inch. Well, I was on the right track.
SCV ready.
Armed and ready.
Your command center, better than ever. So, no, it's Protoss. You can scout all the way up the ramp. You want to go into his base and scout. So that way you see, yeah, maybe he doesn't have any extra gates there, but you see one pylon if you scout in his base. And if he only has one pylon in his base, he's either very bad or very Protoss. In this case, it's the second one. He's 4-gating. Not to stereotype, but he's also in the Peru 20 clan. So, in my experience, my experience is playing players on the Brazil server, they're gonna do some sort of 1 or 2 base all-in. Not all the time, but it's a Protoss from the Peru 20 clan. That should have already been a bit of a tell.
SCV ready.
Some of you have played Dota.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete. Okay, so D-Bob, what is the point of scouting? You saw he didn't expand. This is a classic example of, well, my manager said to scout, so I went over and I scouted. What you do with that information is not my problem. Sure, no expansion. Doesn't mean nothing to me. I was not contracted to build no goddamn bunkers. Okay, that's on you. That's on you. You have to figure that out for yourself. It says right there, right in the contract.
Donation confirmed.
So he didn't expand.
Non_salty_Terran just
So you
donated
have to build a
$20.
bunker.
Angry coach
You
by
have to build a
Diamond
bunker.
3 CCU woo.
Like, at the very least, you don't just scout and be like, well, you have to build a bunker. At the very least. Like, it could be 2-gate. Otherwise, what is the point of... This is the laziest... So, you scouted for proxies, but if he was going to build like a Stargate, it'd be here. You did scout over this way, I'll give you that. You're looking for Stargate. But, it's Protoss, just go in the main. Just get in the main. Where is pylons? How many gas? If he doesn't have an expansion... So, the SCV would have scouted... Wait, he didn't get Warp Gate. Okay, so... Now, that's just another extra twist here, but... If you go in the main, you would have seen one pylon, one gas with a second building, and a cyber core. And no expansion. So that either means he's expanding in a random location or he's building fucking gateways. Not a Stargate, but I was told to scout the natural, and that's what I did. And what do we do with that information? File it away for another day, so that way Winter can come and tell you the most obvious fucking thing that there is.
SCV ready. Go, go, go. SCV ready.
If he had gone for Warp Gate, you would die to this. I'm pretty sure the game lasts longer than 6 minutes, though. Like, if he had Warp Gate, he would have enough units to easily beat a tank without a bunker. But since he's going to increment them out one by one, and then fight in the worst possible spot, well, see, it's not limited to just Terrans, guys. Everyone does it. Everyone's like, Winter! Winter! How do I beat the siege tank? Well, not like that. All right, we'll narrow it down. We've learned that so far we can check off running up a ramp with no vision. So far, 2 for 2, not great. 2 for 2. Maybe 3 for 3 tonight. I did say it could be a Bronze League Heroes game. What, right-clicking up a ramp is Bronze League Heroes? Okay, you're the person who scouted no natural and then decided to go about his business. Let's not pretend like you're the judge of assessing StarCraft games here. Let's not pretend you have any sort of qualifications. Moving on. Add-on finished up. It's just like, I'm doing my build and whatever else. The build said scout, so I did. And this is the worst 5-gate I've ever seen. Technically correct. Look at this fucking campaign mission over here. Technically, it is 5 gates. And they aren't warp gates, they're gateways. So, very technically, across the board, correct. Alright, explain to me. Explain to me what you're going to do with this drop. Explain to me why you've decided that this is what we're doing. Die. I didn't think it would be so direct. I mean, where did you think the stalkers came from? The correct answer was, of course, you didn't. Stalkers are just something that appear out of thin air. Technically correct, but in this case, not correct, because he didn't even get Warp Gate, so...
Get me out of this mess.
I had no idea where they came from. There it is. The answer was somewhere. No, you don't get to triple dot. You don't get to triple dot. If you had been able to put 2 and then 2 together, those Marines would still be alive.
We could use some help here.
Research complete, but have we learned anything? Yeah, anybody else noticing those 2 siege tanks trying to jump down the Reaper cliff?
Ready for dust off.
If only they, what is it, Nova tanks? Yeah, I bet those 2 tanks, which are now the majority of your army supply. Yeah, like, this is classic Terran against Protoss. It's like, I did my best to lose as many units as possible and be as unprepared as I possibly could be, and I can't believe how OP Protoss is. You lost 2 medevacs full of Marines that you sent out blindly against someone who was being aggressive. And then half of your tanks are unsieged. And then you don't repair your wall. And it's like, what could I have done? Only 80% of my army supply in this game has been entirely useless. Despite that, building units at all is still better than not. And you're still holding because of it. Imagine if you had even one more medevac or those two tanks sieged. Like, the fact you're still holding despite your best efforts. Because he's right-clicking on depots, essentially. Your tank was shooting your orbital. By the way, just pointing that one out. The tank is firing on the orbital, doing a significant amount of damage. Like, you are literally shooting yourself in the face, Dick Cheney, alright? Well, at least you're shooting your friend over here, which is much better. I apologize, orbital. Anyways, like, you could not... You are hurting yourself more than he is. And that, like, you are literally doing more damage to your own army. I'm counting flying the medevacs, alright? Like, the units that he's actually used to attack you with have done less damage than you've done to your army. Like, I don't know how much worse it could possibly be. This is just a masterclass. Yeah, this is your typical... This is why every Platinum Leaguer thinks they're a Bronze League hero. Where it's more like listening to a fucking high school junior varsity band concert. It's not like bad. It's just not good. It's just... If you're not related to the people involved, you would never go out of your way. Or getting paid. Like, it's not like this crazy game. He's just not good. He's just fucking it up a lot. Like, it's not... his build is okay. But he's literally shooting his own orbital and flying medevacs into stalkers. Like, find the tempo, bro. So, if this was to be your shitty Platinum League, Bronze League Heroes submission, what happens eventually is a base trade that never needed to happen. That is won relatively easily. That's how most of those submissions end. Just ignoring the rest. But we'll see.
Mineral patch is gone.
Armed and ready.
And I'm finished up. You picked that one. I've never seen this screen before. Wow.
Oh, so just having units. So he was horrible. All you had to do was sit there. If you had literally done nothing, the game would have ended like 4 minutes earlier. If you had not touched your units past the rally point, the game would have ended at like 7 minutes. But instead, you tried to think again, which... So maybe let's try scouting. Not sending an SCV out. No, scouting, which is the gathering of information. Let's try scouting. Like, I need to come up with a term that isn't just scouting, because he did scout. It's just he didn't do anything with the information. It's the information was there because that was a checkbox we were ticking off, as opposed to something to act upon. Like, we're gonna, does he have an expansion or not? If no, bunker. Like, we'll start with that. There's your if and. I'm not even worried about the actual build. Just, if he doesn't have a Nexus and you have a command center, build a fucking bunker. That's it. Because if he hadn't walked up the ramp to kill your tank at the exact perfect time, you probably would have lost the game to 4 stalkers. I'm gonna give that a 50/50. Alright? Shit. Alright, like, it's for platinum, it was a C+. It was the build was quite good. It was solid. And that's the only reason you survived. Every decision made and every attempt at controlling your units was bad, though. So that is I'll win 26 out of 50 games kind of style. So yeah, I think eventually, but... But that, like, the win was right there. Your SCV handed you the win, and you're like, actually get into the medevacs, boys. Like,
Oh, a follower. Is that all?
Team Abe is chilling for 5 months. Woo.
what do we have? We now have off-race, advanced platinum Zerg, who does win. I'm sure there's some yada yada about this. Leveling up my Zerg off-race while waiting for the patch. Oh, my friend. You think the patch will change anything? Have you seen the Aligulac balance report for February? Ah. Are you telling me that your main is, like, at least mid-masters? Because, if so, then the patch might actually affect you in any way. If not, well then, I got bad news for you. Unless your only build that you ever lose to is Queen Walks. Maybe that's it. You're a Protoss. The blink change will kind of hurt. No, it won't. No, it won't. Why? Because 98% of Protoss players below Masters don't use blink DTs in any sort of efficient way. And the ones that do, half an attack of attack speed is not going to make a fucking difference. It's literally about 50% of the time it takes to attack is the delay. Alright, so we're fucking 12 pulling here. The Void Ray and Shield Battery nerfs are pretty nice for everyone. Yes, it's a ladder patch, not so much a balance patch. But once again, if you're not Masters and you're facing Void Ray Shield Battery, I will give you this. It is annoying to deal with. It's tough. But if they were actually any good at it, they would not be Diamond. As a silver loser, never seen blink, you need detection to see DTs. So 12 pull against Terran is what we in the business like to call fucking stupid. $12 pull versus random, which is almost as dumb. I don't know if that's worse. Because you're intentionally gambling. Whereas against Terran, it's like, I'm acknowledging this is dumb. Like, there's a 1 in 3 chance it just does nothing. There's another 1 in 3 chance it gets shut down. And then there's a 1 in 3 chance it might do something. Like, even, like, are you going to micro Zerglings against Zerg? Are you confident in that? Like, you're just gambling here. You're a random player now. I have no respect for random players. There's a big difference between players who play random. Remember the last random player who's like, LOL, this might be the greatest game of all time? Maybe that was the opponent. No, that was the player who sent it in. Yeah, that was the other random player we had. Wait. The other guy's random. I'm sorry, you're Zerg. He's random. Where does that leave us? I can't use that excuse. I turned it all around in my head. That happens sometimes. Still no respect, because this is stupid. But, like, come on, be original. This is why, as random, I tell my race, by the way. A lot of people are like, aren't you giving up an advantage? No, what I'm giving up is... Now, of course, at the lower levels, it doesn't matter. But at, like, Masters Plus, people play enough games. One game doesn't matter. Like, they just believe you. Because if you're playing random, a lot of people do stupid shit like this. Like, they'll do some weird cheese that isn't necessarily good, but throws you off because they're playing... Like, who 12 pulls against Terran? Like, now you're in the situation where he's 12 pulled, which you're probably ahead, but now you've got... Like, you play 9 different matchups, and you have to figure out what the fuck is this. Like...
Oh, a follower.
Kimmy Boy Gaming is chilling.
Thank you,
for
Kimmy
23
Boy
months.
Gaming. So now you got even more lings. So you're leveling up your Zerg, and you decide that okay, I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. Looks like he's panicking.
New subscriber.
Well, that was
Kaisada and his
horrible.
squad is chilling for 8 months.
yeah. He's just doing some. What the fuck is this? You know what? Here we are. He proxied a reactor factory. You see it, right? Yeah, you just walk those mines and from a I mean, gotta give him some points for effort here. What is the counter to Widow Mines, Winter? Let me introduce you to my friend called the Spine Crawler. Yes. Or we could just keep losing queens and drones at each base. So Spine Crawlers don't get hit by Widow Mines. Now, most of the time, going Spine Crawler to deal with Widow Mines is a bit of an overinvestment. But not when his fucking factory is on your front lawn! I thought queens defended everything. They do, but your micro is horrible. You do not have the multitasking or the wherewithal here to manage all of this. You are struggling. And this is one of the more committed Widow Mine builds. It is literally a proxy reactored factory, though I don't think we've acknowledged that quite yet. Like, I don't think we made any effort to stop him from building Widow Mines at the factory that's right there. Like, it's right there. Yeah, so about 10 more Widow Mines came out of that than should have. Queens do defend it once you get your shit together. 50, like, even despite all this, you're still ahead. Like, this was a huge commitment. As long as you don't outright die, which surprisingly is the case. Oh my. So we do remember the Evo chambers and all that. I've been enjoying your angry coach. I played one ranked match and got crushed. Well, that's good. It means it's working. So roaches don't really counter Marines.
Follower.
Thank you, Carlito Sphere, Kaizen.
Carlitos here is chilling for 1 month.
This is not a bad recovery from the clusterfuck of an early game. You know why he did this bullshit, by the way? Your macro is pretty good. You know why he did this stupid shit? It's because you 12 pulled. Like, he probably would have just played a normal mediocre Terran. I don't know, maybe he would have done some crazy shit, but the 12 pull Made it harder for you than for him. Oh, Pyrrhic victory. Alright, so guys, running down a ramp into siege tanks is better than running up a ramp. Not by much. Not by much. But it is better. So write that down. By very little. By so little that now we don't have enough to defend against the drops. Yes, Ravagers work versus mines. They're not a bad counter if you can actually keep track of it. Once again, the issue is just not that constantly, and that's what mines do. They keep you panicking until suddenly you have nothing.
A creep tumor is under attack.
I do like the commitment to control groups, and by that I mean the lack thereof. At least we have the queens on a control group. That's something.
Mineral field.
Running around a ramp in the siege tanks, pretty good. Of course, it's a bit of a numbers game there. Is that hive done? You know what I'm gonna say? Mr. Tuba, Hella, Chaz. You know what I'm gonna say? Hive's done. Get one chance on this one. Vipers, yes. He stopped making mines a while ago, and even if he was, that doesn't mean Vipers are bad.
Mineral field.
Now, your pre-splitting would be even better if you used any control groups, so that way, if you wanted to leave something at, like, say your main, it wouldn't get dragged into the fight. But I get you on this. This is not a terrible setup. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give him the benefit of the doubt and say the hatches are on, like, not the actual 8 key. Because otherwise, you're crazy. You got fucking clown hands. So imagine having 2 Vipers. You had plenty of time to build 2 Vipers. 2 blinding clouds. You already crushed it. No, lurkers are definitely, like, he's not using any control groups. Lurkers, no. No. Start with Vipers. Vipers they you can do more with less. Until they're really heavy, honestly, the heavier they are on tanks, the less lurkers are that helpful. Especially without Vipers. Like, if they're still heavy on the mines, or just straight up Marines, like some players. So, once again, we're running into the age-old issue of, like, having your units in not all in one spot at one time. Which, I mean, just... obviously. So this means that, like, well, I guess that's all of his medevacs, his mines, and a handful of Marines. So that's a weird split of units there, but yeah, so to deal with like 30 supply, we're bringing back a solid 100. Which is a bit of a disproportional response.
Mineral field depleted.
Wait, who controls the Zerg? Doesn't the Zerg hive mind mean they all... No, it just means somebody's in charge. Who controls the Zerg now that Kerrigan is like a demigod or something? Are they just kind of chilling? Like Dahaka? I think I kind of glossed over that part. Zagara? Zagara got it? Oh, finally gets that promotion. You know, someone who actually has been a Zerg should have been the Zerg leader the whole time, in my opinion. See, look at this. We added a control group. Suddenly we can defend something resembling... Okay. Like... Jimmy, let it begin.
Never paid much attention when I was a kid in school. I barely learned to read and write, but don't think I'm no fool. But please excuse me for scribbling. I can barely write my name. Quit school at 17, and I ain't the slightest bit ashamed. No, I'm not ashamed. Teacher tried to tell me, boy, you'd never get no way. I never got to college, but I sure got in there here. But please excuse me for scribbling. I can barely write my name. And if I did it all again, I swear I'd do it all just the same. Not a thing would change. Headshot. But when it came to making love, I learned my ABCs. But please excuse me for scribbling. I can barely write my name. And if I did it all again, I swear I'll do it all just the same. Not a thing would change. Take it home, Scotty.
And then we just give up on defense. And hope the lurkers are enough. If we left 30 supply at home, we could defend both attacks and still win the game.
Man, these ships are chilling for 17 months.
We finally reinforced with 30 supply.
This game probably...
But a more competent Terran who didn't fly half the medevacs over the army. Not that that's the rarest thing we've seen tonight. You need to be able to be, like, have defense. Like, a little defense and a lot of offense.
Since I've been told how bad
Oh my god. Where are you going? Wait, it's not over. We lost all the tech. Somehow it's not over yet. Oh, I thought it was over. They did kill all the production, so. I do like the Hail Mary battle cruisers from the Terran. So, this game could have gone either way for about 20 minutes. Whichever player, like if the Terran had managed to actually build an army instead of dropping all over the place, and if the Zerg had ever kept more than 0 units at home, once you get lurkers, on the bright side, you can burrow them. So that way, even if you do spam select all army, it ends up being okay. Like, it started getting a little better once you invented control groups. So, like, noticeably better. And you eventually win the game. But, like, it's harder to not use control groups than it is to use them. It's you gotta just do it. Just do it. This message brought to you by Nike, who won't sponsor me because they can't afford me. That's why. That's why. So, for advanced platinum, for like low diamond, yeah, no vipers, late lurkers, fucking random ass 12 pool, yep, right on target. Good job. And here we will stay. We got Huskin, Big Daddy, Nova Ace, and then for the first time, non-salty Terran and J6. So 5. But it is time for a quick advertising break. If you guys can pause ad block, that'd be awesome. And we will continue after the break. Thank you guys for watching. I'll be right back. Hey everybody, I'm Winter, and I'm here to talk to you about Prime Gaming. Yes, Amazon Prime. You all know Amazon Prime. You better know about Amazon Prime, because with Amazon Prime, you can get Prime Gaming. Prime Gaming. It's the most exciting way to get loot for approved games that you probably would not share that you play with other people. So, right now, we go to gaming.amazon.com. I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. That's how generous I am. All right, that's how kind I am, how great I am. Keep that in mind, because did you know this one's actually kind of cool? Okay, like you can get Surviving Mars for free. The best radio station in the solar system, Surviving Mars, is free with Amazon Prime. Also, everyone's favorite. Now, unfortunately, you missed out on your futuristic mech sled, but you still have time to get the Roblox Mardi Gras Steampunk mask. Mardi Gras Steampunk.
Helium is chilling for 17 months.
Neo Orleans is looking forward to your addition to the party. But wait, there's more! Did you know that for free, every single month, for free, you can subscribe to a streamer of your choice? Yes, with Amazon Prime. Absolutely free. And don't even think about it, just do it, because every moment you wait, you're losing money for me. So subscribe with Prime Gaming. And if that's not enough, remember, here at Amazon Prime, we know where you live. You told us. Good luck. And good night. Thank you, guys, for sticking around. I know ads are loud and annoying, but thank you. Fool me once. For 8 months. Bumbleskunk, gifting 10 subs to the people. So Parahelium, 17. Maddie H, 99. As well. Glad you still enjoy. All right. Are you fondling? As well, gifting to the people so generously. Do they deserve it? We've got our first Protoss in Huskin.
Fomlin has gifted 5 subs.
And
to
an important
viewers.
question. If the people are right, 3 subs to the chat. So don't get it wrong. The second pylon for Huskin. Nope. Jimmy. Is it early? Is it on time? Or is it late? I'll be right back. Thank you guys for watching. And we got the second round. Ah, the people, they say late. So no subs for them. As on the screen, you can see that there's no supply block between 1 and 3 minutes. The second pylon is at about 2 minutes at the latest. So it's definitely not late. The other two were valid options. But thank you, Twitch chat, for your basic literacy once again. Helping me out. Well done, everybody. Staying consistent as always. It was an open book test. The answers are right there. Hey, Winter, can you play Protoss? Yes, I can. Who can't? So, gold, Protoss.
Oh, good. Now I
Thank you, Mark. One up.
Mark 1-up is chilling for 10 months. Woot.
Why did we stop building probes? You know, like, why are we not building probes? Because we need to flip our camera around to things that don't matter? Like, there's not enough probes. You just didn't build any probes. It's up to 20. And now we're building probes. Just how long did we not build a probe? 20 seconds is a strike, even at Gold League, because literally there's nothing else to do. No, the second pylon isn't late if you don't build probes. Second, like, there's no reason to build the pylon, so it's not late. There are larger issues at play, but that wasn't on the poll. Okay, so the last probe was built at 104. The next probe, after a little bit of flippity-doo over here. Alright. We're gonna fucking pro gamer shit. Just flipping the camera around. Jimmy. Okay, what do we have here? Ah. Looks pretty good. Pretty salty, though. Ooh. Wait, 6 servings per container? They should make smaller containers. I don't... How old is that spam? About 12 years at this rate. So, we missed almost a full probe, right? Was it 104 I said? I don't... Yes. Almost a full probe, which you've only built 6 probes. So it sounds like not a lot until you realize that, like, we're 6 for 7 now. All right, Huskin, what's the build? If someone subs $1K, will you eat it? Okay, let's unpack that. The only reason I haven't eaten it is because I don't have any of it. And I need it for reasons. But of course I'd eat it. Like, when does it go bad? Ah, never. It's spam. I don't actually know. Oh yeah. Not this decade. I mean, okay. It actually, yeah, it keeps for a while. So yeah, if someone subs for $1K, whatever the fuck that means, I'm on board. I will do it right now on stream.
Your probes are under attack.
I mean, it's entirely spoiled and be crazy and intense. I don't remember. Huskin, you said I asked you what build you're doing. You said I don't remember. One gate expand. It like you have 2 gas on the screen right now.
Is that all?
PKR PLR for life is chilling for 16 months.
PKR.
Pretty sure $1,000.
That's the beauty. Like, Terran players, I'm over here legitimately accusing them of using, like, some sort of script to have a perfect build order copy-pasted from Maru. Protoss players are looking at a not one gate expand, and they're like, I don't fucking know. One gate expand? Like, it's not. It's not a one gate expand. It's just, it's right there. It's not. Like, chrono boosting, 0 probs to chase an SCV. Apparently, both those players, same MMR. That is the difference here. That is why. So, how many games ago was this? I picked a little bit later. This was a whole... This was... I mean, he can't be oh, wait, never mind. I take it all back. You know why I take it all back? Because he plays 2 games a week. So this was a week. I mean, we haven't had Angry Coach, but he's uploaded like 8 games, so... Which, I'm not sure if only having this many games is better or worse. Because it's been a bit. It's this match. He loses. But, like, there's not that many games. So... I have played like 50 games this month. SC2 replays didn't save my replays. That's not how it works. Protoss. I know. If it didn't save your replays, it's because you didn't follow the very simple directions on directing it to the folder that automatically saves all your replays. Joel, are you also a Protoss? Why are we chasing the SCV back home? Okay, it wasn't a one-gate expand, but it was kind of a one-gate expand. Yes, okay. So 2 Protoss don't have basic literacy. Which... is enough anecdotal evidence for me. We have Big Daddy over here who's like, I don't understand! You linked this command 3 times and I still didn't read any of it. How do I do Angry Coach? Like, I'm not saying that Protoss players are, I'm not saying that Protoss players are illiterate, intoxicated, possibly challenged individuals. I'm saying Protoss players like to live life freely. Okay? They like to enjoy themselves. And that has some implications. And those implications are that they're fucking terrible. And the reason tech support is a nightmare.
Enemy is attacking the probes. How could you let this happen?
I've legitimately seen, like, Plat Terrans, like, can anybody help me plug this Hero Marine build into the Salt build order encoder arcade game? Protoss players in Platinum, like, do oracles have detection?
Research is done.
Also, how do I build them? Okay, what the fuck? What is this? You scouted him! Okay, so you have both an observer at his base, and you just sent an adept in. And you saw he expanded. And he was sitting behind a bunker, and you're like, I need 2 fucking shield batteries. Stat. Like, I am under imminent threat of attack. I need more pylons. I need shield batteries. I have 1 2/3 gateways. Like, shield batteries, especially those shield batteries don't even protect your mineral line. His tank is literally sieged on his, like, in his main. In his main right now. Is that even a super pylon? No. Oh my god. Wait, what? How is it not? Is it out of range? It's not even a super pylon. Like, it's not even in the right spot. Oh my god. He doesn't... He's 0 for 2. Shaq at the free throw line with the super pylons over here. Neither of these pylons are quick warp pylons. Like, it's not that hard. There's a big glowy circle. I don't know what graphics settings you're on, but they all require eyes. So, like, you have a fucking pylon. Either it has the fancy glowing circle, or it has the not-so-fancy circle. And if you can't tell the difference, I can't help you. And there you go. Now we need another... We're at 47 over 70. You're, like, in... A second robo. Okay, and we're just kind of throwing it on there. It's a build order stew. The classic. Gonna get some fucking charge, alright? Oh, what do we got? Forge. Oh. Zealots. Oh, yeah, and when I remember them, occasionally. Probes. Like... No, it's called a build order. Or, like... How am I doing? You look like the matchmaking system is working.
Your pylon is under siege.
Why did you cancel? Oh, because we somehow managed to get supply block because the scouting pylon died. And then we have this campaign army warped in. Like, what is this? Ah, yes, the classic 3 Stalker, 5 Zealot Sentry attack. This is like the medium AI training mission. And a third. The Triforce. We got that much.
Research all done.
Extended thermal lance.
You took all the minerals.
Well, it's like we're just kind of eventually getting everything, which I mean is better than not. So how many gates? 3 gates. How many gates do we need? More than that. I don't 50 probes by 7 minutes, barely. Yes, but also no. The first thing you do is warp in units, because a cannon will not be finished.
You're on.
Close enough, though. I saw the Marines. No, I'm... Okay, alright. I was hoping so did everyone. I was kind of moving past... Like, we already know you saw that. Alright. It's good, though. It's good you saw. You have good vision. We know your eyes work, which... is surprising. Also, why are you building immortals now? Like, you're... One Colossus? You're getting thermal lance. There can only be one. Why are we building immortals? I mean, having immortals is fine, but like 3 or 4 Colossi.
Mind out of that.
I saw the tank. No. No. Yeah, you did. So usually you build the Colossi and then the Immortals to fill in, because the real threat is like just the Marines and Medevacs. Of course, you can also then get the Colossi, like either way, at least you're building units.
An upgrade.
Once again, we're just throwing it in the stew. We got the Jambalaya toss.
Follower.
Thank you, Timur.
TMR 1 is chilling for 32 months.
How many gates are we at? We're going up to 7, which is not even remotely close to enough. I would recommend 12. Okay, those cannons are a waste of time and money. Those cannons are less of a waste, but also should still be gateways. 7 gates is not enough.
Mineral patch is gone. Upgrade is on.
It appears the only thing we got across was the Triforce pylons. And the fact that all these techs exist, right? Like, the fact that Archons exist. Something a lot of players don't remember. So the problem here is that he has an army. Alright. I mean, I guess he's microing, so that's a big mistake there. Yeah, could be worse. There you go. Those Immortals coming in clutch. Huh. You know what? Not over micro. Barely any micro at all, which is the best amount. And then, you know what? You get the gold star. Because many players, the automatic reflex of your average gold leaguer is winning that fight, seeing Vikings and Medevacs is, oh, Stalkers! The fact that you didn't warp in Stalkers here is actually very much points in your favor. Gold star because I'm gold? No, just, okay. Alright. Okay, bronze star. Oh. So is this what happens? No, you switch. Yeah, the Stargates are fine. But you only go Stargate if they have, like, Liberators. You don't need Stargate before that. You continue building what you've already built. Because you don't need Stargate. You need to just build a ground army. You just need to continue winning in the same way you've been doing so. If you build Void Rays, I'm turning this replay off. What you need are more Archons, Immortals, and Charge Lots, and then go win the game. The literal worst thing to counter everything he's building is Void Rays. So you better not build any fucking Void Rays. It gets countered by his entire army. Unupgraded Void Race. At least he only built one because he was poor, so hopefully it ends there. Nope, it's not ending there. He's still building Void Rays. Okay, you know the best time to attack is like 4 seconds before your upgrades finish. So that way they don't know you're getting upgrades. No, you need to wait like 10 seconds here. You have your near final upgrades. As long as you don't just A-move. Do we forget about there's some Stalkers, but honestly at this stage I think the Stalkers are okay. You have +3 attack, 10 seconds out. Like, half your units are attacking a planetary. This is a fucking disaster. Like, this is obviously horrible. What is the answer? Storm. Or more Colossi. Or, you know, not having all your good units attacking a fucking planetary. I misclicked. What, 7 times building Void Rays and Stargates? And then the entire attack before +3? That was a long click.
Probes are under upgrade. It's a disaster.
So this So you were doing so well. You were doing so well. Your first reflex after the you won a fight but didn't win the game was to build more Archons. Your second reflex after losing the Archons was to build Void Rays, which is fucking stupid. It is terrible, and it makes you look like a Silver Leaguer. It makes you look like a Gold Leaguer because you actually know how to Chrono Boost. I'll give you that. But 0-0 Void Rays against Marines. I'm pretty sure 3 Marines beat a unupgraded Void Ray without Medivacs or Stim. Like, the answer is Colossi. You're like, but he just killed him. Yeah, he has a grand total right now of 2 Vikings. No, that doesn't make Void Rays better. He has 78 Marines.
New subscriber detected.
Sheep Screamer is chilling for 100
Thank you,
months.
Sheep Screamer, for
Wow,
100
reached the
months.
100.
The Void Rays are wasting all of your gas, and they hurt me. Like that? No, by the way. Is all of the money. And people are still building Void Rays thinking that they're a good idea because they can't come up with anything. It's called Legacy of the Void. Alright? It must be good. Look at me micro my 1 Void Ray. No, that Marine Ball is going to kill everything you knew and love. You need Colossi or Storm. Not Disruptors. There's no way you're going to use Disruptors. Let's be honest here. Archons no longer cut it once they have, like, half a screen of Marines. Like, 1 Storm. I stopped using Void Rays after this game. Well, we can check. So, at 10 minutes in the next PvT you play, you have 2 Void Rays at the 10-minute mark. So that was a fucking lie. It took 0 seconds to check you. Except that game. There are no other games! That's it! What about this? No Void Rays in this one. It's not PvT. What about this one? I wouldn't even blame you for having Void Rays. It appears you don't... You go Colossi. And it works, unfortunately. So, in 100% of your Terran versus... or Protoss versus Terran after this game, you also go Void Rays. Yeah, but he won that one, so it was good. Yeah, probably in spite of...
Defend them.
Yeah, well, this isn't gonna work.
Maru and Cyril make it look so easy.
Is that supposed to be a smiley face, or is it just a misclick? And also, I like the value the Voids are gaining here. I guess on the bright side, not using the Select All Army Hotkey. So that's...
Shame.
It
Shame.
looked like it might be okay.
Shame.
But whenever your response to mass upgraded Marine is Void Ray, it's wrong. It's not right. It was not wrong. It was not right. It was wrong. Void Rays are not even that good against Terran, except when they have no units and they're right outside their base with fucking shield batteries. So, yeah. So we got Big Daddy coming up. Big Daddy, another Protoss who struggled his way into Angry Coach, but we got there. Notice the Protoss took their sweet time. And then we have a Terran who is supply blocked for more of the game than he's not. Big Daddy isn't quite as bad. Yeah, the supply block time is It's my first angry coach. Whoop, whoop. Everybody give it up for Big Daddy. Still with hopes and dreams. From the Risky Clan. So was your opponent random? I didn't check. I don't think so. So why is your pylon here? Are you like, did you forget he wasn't Protoss, or is this your normal build? Because this is a PvP. This is Diamond 1, by the way, guys. Yes, Big Daddy has hop, skip, and MMR jumped his way up to Diamond 1. Even quicker than he learned how to use a computer, somehow. But everything, this is a, so we're assuming, like, a build order of some sort. And at this level, you need to have a different build for each matchup. At least slightly, because of just how it plays out. And this is a PvP build. Or a proxy of some kind. I mean, based on everything we've learned about Protoss and already knew, it might just be short-term memory loss. Which is, you know, also common. Or maybe he just does this and never learned better. So the reason you don't build at the ramp is because this protects exactly none of anything. Usually you build the gate near the main, so that way you have a super pylon to warp in and potentially build a shield battery to defend against either like a Reaper, Hellion drop, or just generally have everything in an unexposed spot, because the wall can be used against you with things like siege tanks. Or we just kind of do the same build. Actually, I recognize the name. He was random. You know what? We'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that one. All right. So the second pylon, both choices were bad. This is still bad. Like, you can just build it in the center where you can actually wall. We now know he's Terran. Robo. Another pylon. You don't need that pylon yet. That's a waste of money. A waste of money that should have been going into more gates. Notice you're now at 29 over 54. I guess this works out, because whatever the fuck this guy's doing. What the fuck? Well, I guess, yeah, it works out. Like, not a bad defense. Just building units is the counter to him. So you're doing a PvP build, and he's doing a TVT build. And what happens is that, yeah, you definitely come out on top of that, because Reaper Hellion doesn't kill stalkers. Like, no. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh. Alright. I mean, fine, I guess. Well, what a mess. Forge, 2 more gases. We need a sentry warped in. The sentry needs to be building energy. You have the gas. Why are you building so many cannons? It's like he had 1 Banshee. Yeah, you have a Robo. Build an Observer. You don't need half a dozen cannons to defend against 1 Banshee. Doesn't even have Cloak. The shield battery defends against a Banshee. Like, it takes like 30 seconds before it runs out of energy. If he has 2 Banshees, yes, he can target fire, but you don't need hundreds of minerals of cannons because a Banshee exists. Oh my god. That's... Yeah, this is... For Diamond 1 trying to get Masters, this is a... even for Protoss, a significant... We're building 600 minerals of cannons. That's a third Nexus and a half of cannons. Like, maybe 1 in the main. But... 1 Banshee. And also the Forge seems like just because he built a Banshee, what is with Protoss and object permanence? They might have it, but they have it like a toddler has it. It's like, well, now that I saw this toy, this is the only toy that exists until I see another toy, in which case that's the toy that I saw a tank. I'm countering the tank. Gets a diamond. I saw a Banshee. I counter Banshee. What if he builds, you know, like, anything else? I don't know, like, in this case, it's tanks. He's gonna build tanks, which your random cannons aren't gonna do much against. Yeah, the Oh, even worse. He's doing tanks and Banshees. So even though we built 600 minerals of cannons, which could have been 4 gates, or a Nexus and a gate, now, oh my god, he does have the Banshees, but we can't even defend them because they're fucking tanks. Like, who would have thought that he would not just have a Banshee or 2? How crazy. This is a terrible attack from Terran, by the way. This is a horrible, like, this is, I like this, actually. I like the bunkers. The bunkers are selling me on it. But otherwise, like, unupgraded Marines and 2 Banshees? And since we don't see the bunkers, and when you only have Stalker Colossus, because you spent 600 fucking minerals on cannons and you're supply blocked anyways because you were spending 600 minerals on cannons, you fucking bitch? At least, if you're going to build this many cannons, they better be in your opponent's base from now on. I don't want to see more than 2 cannons if it's not a cannon rush. Okay, this is, about this time is when I remind everyone that the Warp Prism exists. And as does the Twilight Council. Oh, now we're building sentries. Uh-huh. Yeah, a little late. No, this was a... If you were building units instead of cannons, I gotta appreciate the Terran. Because this was kind of a dumb Terran push. I don't think this was a good idea at all. If the Protoss had built anything but cannons and built, like, I don't know, like 6 more units or more gates or focused on production, they just walk up and kill this. But this is entirely reliant on, aha! You did not expect me to continue to attack. And Big Daddy over here, not looking so big anymore. This push is entirely, you're going to panic when it shows up. Literally unupgraded Marines. What would counter this? Would be charge. A Twilight Council would charge. Or just enough production. Like...
I return to serve.
The bunkers make it a little harder, but... Please don't touch me. I am in my Guardian Shield. There's the Twilight. It does come down to the cannons. I'm glad we're actually getting punished. Like, this is the level of the game where you can't just spend 600 minerals because you're stupid. You get punished for it. Now, sometimes you get punished by being far behind economically. Sometimes you get punished by them punching you in the face. Like this. It just delays the rest of your text so much. There's a good job of patience here. I will give you that. Like, you're doing a good job of not panicking. Once the bunkers are already there, you're already kind of screwed. Like, you kind of just got to figure it out. Nope. Oh, pretty good. Yeah, credit for patience. And the Terran was supply blocked half the time, so he wasn't able to reinforce. So this is definitely, as we see here, even at Diamond 1, it's still very much worry more about yourself than your opponent. Once you started worrying about yourself and focusing on unit production, and he was worrying about you and trying to do some tank push, guess what? You broke out. Because both of you are obviously incapable of walking and talking at the same time. So we're gonna pick one. It's still not a good spot. Storm is a good choice, though. I agree with the Storm choice. Smart choice. You're not going to win with Colossi. Storm immediately. Don't you know, though, you're supposed to build Void Rays in this scenario? What you do is you see he's got Mass Marine. You build Void Rays because he'll never expect it. Honestly, the difference between Gold and Diamond is pretty much building Storm instead of Void Rays. That's most of it. We still have the same object permanence issues, but Storm is a lot more reliable than a unit that's already being countered. Pretty much you just gotta follow the Terran complaints, and whatever they complain about, just build that. And you might be like, it's everything, but it's especially Storm. Ooh. Nice rapid fire warp in. I mean, that's about as good as it gets. Still bad. We're still way behind. There's not much left to be done, though. Maybe rebuild Colossi now. No. You don't have the money. This is if you're winning. You do this. You're not winning. You need like, maybe send a probe out, but you can't be building 6 pylons on the map right now. Once again, you need the 600 minerals for units. You've been losing since you started building cannons, and now you're doing it again. Terran's off the map. Now I'll just counter things that I can't see, whatever they are in my head, as opposed to actually building units. No, you need to build units now. Just because there's no red dots on your screen doesn't mean he's not building units. You need to build units and upgrades, not buildings. Not buildings. Like one shield battery. Buildings don't shoot. Cannons don't count, and also they do less DPS than like 2 stalkers. No, how long? No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Did you see that? Okay, so we have... You warped in 3 Templar. That's it. This is... I'm just on the Warp Gates tab. This is all Warp Gates off cooldown while you, my friend, decide a Stargate. You're sitting here with 60 probes. You know you're at 120 supply. And you're like... Void Ray time. Yes, there are some desperation toss that go to carrier. Like, there have been games where you can maybe get... If you go straight to carrier, I don't think it's a good idea, but it is an option. It is the kind of Hail Mary option. But usually you combine disruptors with that. No, you can't just send out 1/3 of your zealots. Well, you're really... Especially, like, you see the army. You just... like... Another 600 minerals gone. Or 800 there. Like, you are really banking on not getting EMP'd. There's one Widow Mine, which is going to really fuck everything up here, I think. What was that? Something just happened. Alright, no, it was an SCV. Alright. That one Widow Mine is really ruining things, isn't it? Oh, wake up, sheeple. This is why you want to... Yeah, good storm. I mean, you gotta play like this. This is a smart move to be out here. Oh, wow. Well, there's your typical ghost control. Well, I mean, it was worth banking on, I guess. I don't... Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, there you go. The Templar plus the rest of the army A moving, like, that is the ideal. You're making not dumb moves besides wasting a lot of money on buildings when you don't need to. You just warped in a bunch of buildings, but that when you win a fight, that's when you can do it. Not when he's building up, but after you win a fight, that's when you have the space to add infrastructure. Fleet beacon. Honestly, at this point, you're still losing. Like, you still, like, you keep just building all of the buildings instead of maxing out. You need to max out. 11 gates, 12 gates, fine. But fleet beacon and a bunch of extra production is a little optimistic. 14 gates is pushing it. Nice shot. I mean, you're using the map vision pretty good. Honestly, this is... I'm going to give you credit. This you do look like a Masters player if you realized how much money you're wasting. The difference is getting more gates instead of cannons, getting more units instead of random gates, including stargates. Like, you're just building, he's off the map, and you forget that he is building an army. He's a Terran. He's always building an army. Well, besides when he's microing, because he's a Terran. And that is why this entire game he's been maxed out, and you've been under 200 supply.
Base is under attack.
When your warp gates are up but not used, that's essentially like not building units as a Terran. That's essentially like your barracks just sitting there doing nothing. It's actually worse, because you can't queue up afterwards. You can only warp in one round. So if you're sitting there for 3 warping cooldowns, warping in nothing, you've wasted all that money and potential production. It doesn't come back. Alright, so here's the real test. We got 2 flavors. We got Disruptors and Templar. There's a lot going on here. Oh, the EMPs hit everything. Disruptor shot is good. The other one hits the Archons. So you did shoot yourself in the face there, because your Disruptors weren't all at the front. The EMP landed, and this is why usually re-adding Colossi is somewhat better. Yeah, that was a bit of a fumble there. Your Disruptors shot you, because they were on the control group, but not in the army. Is that not a super pylon? Ooh. Well, you gotta be careful with those things. Maybe, might I suggest steel hotkeys? Where that way you have, whenever you hotkey your Disruptors on Control Group 2, you can just hit Alt 2, and it will remove them from your main control group and put them on their own separate one. So that way they don't go fucking wandering into the fight. And also overlapping with your Templar.
And his name is John C.
You bomb. Honestly, I don't mind this timing for
More
carriers.
drones
You
than
want to
my
fight
overly
but might not win the
inflated
war?
APM.
This is actually a good timing for carriers. It's a essentially finishing move. Fire everything. If you had like another 2 warpins before each of these fights, which you could have had, like before the 200 supply, you would be relying less on him being paralyzed with fear. Let's acknowledge that if he didn't walk into the largest storms this side of New Orleans, you would have lost the game. But, I mean, it's a Diamond Terran, so of course he did. But it was very reliant on literally the largest storms you could ever have. And it didn't need to be, is the problem. I mean, it was the right choice, and it worked out, but it was pretty risky. You did give yourself the opportunity. All right. So that started out rough with the Banshee counter time. No, a shield battery counters a Banshee. Just a shield battery. 2 Banshees, a little harder. You do not build can. I don't want to see more than 2 cannons before you're maxed out in your 2 bases. Never again. It's a B. Actually, though, it got a lot better after we got to 3 base, and a lot of the time you'll make it that far. So I think you'll make it to Masters, because you managed. Yes, it was a little bit of a struggle with the Templar and the Disruptors, but the decision-making past 2 bases was good. Sometimes you just gotta risk it as Protoss if you get behind, but it'll pay off big. So surprisingly solid. And congratulations on using your computer. We now have, I'll just show you this. It is on drop.sc, which means just a one-off replay, so already a great sign. 110 APM Protoss against 53. Our hero is 110 in this case. And if it's not a cannon rush, the other guy is asleep at the wheel. I sent that, not the replay page. Yes, you did. I mean, that would have taken, once again, reading. And it is Protoss, so. I'd rather you have the replay page. Okay, let me give you a pro tip. Not that it matters. Did you know that drop.sc is SC2 replay stats? It's just for people who are too dumb to set up a replay stats account. That's why it outs you. It's literally like, here, at least there's this if you can't figure this out. It actually is the same site. It used to be a different site, but it stopped being maintained, so Breath, who runs SC2 Replay Stats, offered to take it over because it was very convenient. Neither player walled, it's gold. Adepts are the least of your concerns.
Donation confirmed.
Thank you, Duran.
Dreadharm just donated $20. This game
What is
was
this? What are you
naked
doing?
by
What's the
crying
build?
through a sandpaper car wash.
Second pylon before Cybercore, but the Cybercore is still 100 minerals late. Proxy warp gate. Uh-huh. Okay, you can't proxy warp gate and then build pylons in random locations like a scavenger hunt. So when I see someone on drop.sc, it's not just that I assume this was sent in not for improvement, because if you legitimately think I'm going to be like, yeah, this is a great build. He's also on one base, so it's a great idea to proxy 5/6 of your production, which you can totally afford. And also, you said proxy warp gate, but one of those is a robo. So there's that. So technically you can't afford this, but if you wait long enough, of course you can. So it's proxy 4 gates and a robo, and then a nexus. Is that what it is? All right, Billy, put it in the stew. Oh, we're doing the stew again? Yep, it's a Protoss. Back in the stew, everyone. Build orders are for Terrans. The order in which we do things as Protoss is, eventually. That's how we like it. Don't. Oh, yes. Eventually. Great minds think alike, but less great minds think even more aliker. As we see here, a proxy robo and gateway. But he's actually built some units, so there's that. I gotta... Ah, yes, you know what we need? Another pylon. That'll do it. That's the ticket. Cancel the Nexus because we were really hurting for money. So, you, my motherfucking mathematically challenged, mediocre, mentally masterful man, you saw 1 gate and 1 zealot. You, who is proxying 4 gates, 5 and have 5 in total, thought, there's no fucking way I can defend not 1, but maybe even 2 zealots, because I can only have, like, 5. No. He didn't think that, because that would require thinking, of course. So we're gonna warp in Stalkers, because Stalkers are better than Zealots. Adepts are even more better, but you're not allowed to build Adepts until Platinum, and that's why walling off doesn't matter. So we're gonna build... So we canceled the Nexus, which would have helped us warp in and potentially overcharge the batteries. But we're going to get all the worst parts of having the batteries on the low ground, which is, you know, the batteries are on the low ground, with none of the benefits of having a fucking Nexus. So, you have managed to chart the worst possible course from this situation. You see what the issue was? Once again, the issue with Protoss players is they use their eyes. As you can see, when a Protoss player actually scouts, they see something, and that becomes their reality. No, it doesn't require hallucinating anything, but our proxy 4 gates in a robo player saw a proxy 1 gate in a robo and is suddenly playing defense. Yes, the reality is he's the one getting cheesed. How did this reality come about? Who cares? We're playing Protoss. That's all the reality we need. All right. So, usually the point of shield battery, like this is, of all the people who are like, this match is Bronze League heroes, I do love that this match actually is. I mean, it's not bronze, obviously. They got Warp Gate, and they're microing it all. But, like, this is Gold League heroes indeed, as they're both navigating the narrow path to losing everything they possibly can to things they shouldn't. Yeah, eventually we go Void Rays, obviously. The other guy has a Twilight, but I'm gonna... You know what, Twitch chat? Are you willing to place your bets on it? You literally have nothing to lose. How about red player? Is it going to be a Stargate or DTs? He has charge. He has a Twilight Council with charge. And he's up against Stalkers. But are you willing to place your bets on DTs over Stargate? I mean, it would make sense, wouldn't it? And if it's neither, I'll gift one sub, just because it was not on the table, but it'll be a Stargate. The people say Stargate. I think I may have shifted. So, if you're correct, 3 subs. If neither is correct, 1 sub. If you're wrong, well, no one's surprised either. Yeah, as soon as I say it would make sense to go DT, suddenly the confidence level went down. Alright, well, let's see if he learns how to reshield a pylon. What a save. Micro! Not building another immortal. Micro! More stalkers. Alright. The pylon! But also, we've lost so many units. It's an impressive micro battle. Oh, wow. Wow! I love it. I actually love it. Because he may be talking to himself. Obviously, he doesn't think he's talking to himself. But you, my friend... Like, let's look at the units lost here. Can we get the units lost? You've lost 1,000 more resources, because you're going Stalkers against fucking Immortal Chargebot. And the only reason you haven't lost the game is because he didn't proxy as many gates as you. Like... but maybe that's just a motivational speech. Just really starting off the trash talk here. No, it's not a strike. We have to see what the response is first. Yeah, by the way, adepts. Adepts do extra damage. Adepts are better. They don't counter immortals, but neither do stalkers, like adepts. But once again, adepts have yet to be unlocked. Or, you know, like, any units in his base possibly would have worked, too. Remember when you have most of your... Okay, alright. I do like how defending the attack, immediate trash talk. Like, who knows what's happening on the other side? Gotta get the trash talk in before even building an immortal. Alright, so now it's your turn to do an immortal all-in. You're on 1 base. Because you canceled the Nexus for no reason, and then defended the area the Nexus would have gone. But without a Nexus, which is decidedly not as good. Also, I guess nobody guessed triple Robo with +1 armor was on the table. But so at this point, I'm willing to call it. Well, we'll wait till the end. Whoever has more Robos is gonna take this one, I think. Well, we'll see. There still hasn't been a Stargate or DT choice. Yeah, Stalkers are the only unit that could potentially actually lose here. Because obviously, well, they're just terrible. Which is like most of both Angry Coach and Low APM Challenge. But remember, since Protoss players have an attention span of exactly 1 warping cooldown, they don't remember that. It's like, oh, I tried Stalkers, it didn't work. Warp gates open up. Let's try Stalkers. Well, that's not how you use shield battery overcharge. There goes the +1 armor. Whoop. Ignore the force fields? Alright, I'll ignore the force fields, says Nova Ace. Those force fields were actually good against charge lots. Thank you for denying yourself credit. That was actually a good choice and helped with the fight, but I'm glad you think it wasn't. because that is par for the course. Notice how I didn't call them out. Alright, so everybody's building immortals. Alright, and then the game ends. So I guess one sub to the people. Well, that happened. I was really hoping, like, it looked like you might just defend. No, not. Okay, well, I guess we'll count
Winter
that.
Gaming is now chilling.
Yeah, I guess so. Wow. Bless your heart and shame. We're gonna split between it. So overall, it's like a B minus.
Shame.
All right. It's a B minus because you built a lot of units. You have no build order. You don't even have a build stew. You got like a build buffet table. Except even though you have a whole buffet, you keep going back for the stalkers. Which, I mean, okay. It's like someone who orders sushi and only eats the ginger. It's like, it's kind of fucking weird. Also, why didn't you you know what? Never mind. I don't... No, I'm not saying enjoys it. I'm saying only. That's why they ordered it. So you have all these options. You're like, no, give me some of that. All right. Meanwhile, we have... Next up is non-salty Terran, which, you know, is probably not accurate.
Oh, a follower. Is that all?
Northern Kraz is
Who
chilling
is
for 9
Diamond
months.
3.
Meanwhile,
Did you see mine? Yes, have some fucking patience. You think you showed up? You're like, I'm here first. I need you to list off everyone in order. I've literally never watched Angry Coach before. I have no patience. I'm assuming you're a Protoss. Or was it the clever message you sent? No, he's a gold Terran. That makes more sense. Did you want me to read out the clever message again? I'll just do it now, so when we get to it, it'll be less funny. This game was a naked bike ride through a sandpaper car wash. All right, so I'll just repeat that later on, and it'll still be funny, I'm sure.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Patience.
SCV ready.
All right. So Diamond 3, we're gonna expect... Oh, using the Swan announcer as well. Oh. Three CC. All right. Very Terran. Like, literally our Diamond Protoss is like walling off against Terran. Fuck it. Like pylons, wherever you want, bro. Cannons, yeah, give me some of those. Whereas over here we have like pinpoint 3cc Hellion with Reaper. This guy is 2 tiers less than our Protoss from earlier. Not the one we just watched, the one before that. Non-salty Terran. Mm-hmm. What did that tech lab ever do to you? Real question, though. Why did we cancel the tech lab? And then rebuild it? I think it was a reactor. Was it a reactor? Yes.
Our command center's been upgraded.
There you go. Cloak Banshee is a lot. You sure about that? You sure about that? I'm not saying it can't work. I'm saying, you sure you're up to that? The return on Banshee investment, even at the pro level, is oftentimes
Solely
quite
says it's
low.
chilling for 19 months.
Occasionally it's very good. Building Banshee is not necessarily bad, but Cloak Banshee implies we're going to go do some Banshee micro, which brings us down a whole nother path. Alright, well here we go. Where did the Banshee go? It's just gonna sit at home. We're gonna wait for 2 Banshees as we do the add-on flipperinos. Which is already kinda... I mean, fine. Yeah, I'm not... I'm not convinced on the Banshee value, but the build is pretty... Like, and this is why, because it is very hard to do Banshees and nail down the build. Because the APM required just to nail the build is quite high. Between, like, he's actually doing everything. He's got 5 racks on the way, 1-1, maybe a little late on the 1-1. Not supply blocked, taking the 3rd, Hellions in position, with upgrades and add-ons on everything. Like, it's actually coming together. Alright, and now, Banshee Micro. There's a Spire right there. The Banshee's doing quite good. How many is that? 19. And didn't miss too many beats back home. It was not bad. And then roaches show up, and even one Banshee lived. Now, if that Zerg had remembered Spore 20. But yeah, you know what? Alright, you get Banshee micro approval. You didn't fuck up the build, and the Banshees didn't fly into Spore Crawler. So, like... a rare card. Kind of like that wall off. That's a pretty smart move from the Zerg. So, the Banshee micro was good, but... well, this is how you know it's diamond. Here's your diamond for you. Now, an actual attack is happening, and here we are. Supply blocked, banking money. That's more like it.
That mineral cluster's mined out.
I mean, this is obviously favoring the Terran as the aggressor. I mean, there you go. The Widow Mines are kind of questionable against Roach Ravager, but there's no bad answers here. So there you go. Just kind of win. Pretty good. Yeah, it was good. I mean, let's see. One thing. Can't find it for the selected thing. Sorry, one moment. Career games, 1,542. Season games. Well, playing a few games here. Why can it not narrow it down? Is that like 20 games in a day? My replays aren't auto-uploaded, but your opponents are. So, that was just from your opponents? Wait, no, it couldn't have been. There's AI. I mean, I'm looking for something. It's a A minus. Otherwise, like, there you go. A minus. Like, there was the banking money on the first attack. Widowmine's being a little questionable of a choice, but never bad. Should be fine. I have no other criticisms. The Banshees are usually the criticism. Probably runs into Storm.
Donation confirmed.
Shma1 just donated $20. It up with an average D3 game.
We now have J6. It's been a while. J6 is now Platinum against Protoss. TVP. I expect we're just gonna see like a 2-on-1 or something like that Terrans do when they forgot how to play StarCraft and think they need a build order. We'll see though. The classic, I haven't played in a while, I wonder if like it didn't work before, but maybe it'll work now. You know what, maybe I'm misjudging.
Command center upgrade.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Didn't the Reaper just leave, by the way? As your SCV died? Okay, so... Need I say more? And I was wrong. Just 3 Rex. Not 2 Rex. Wow. Worse than I thought. AKA the I'm gonna micro Marines and Marauders, which still aren't going to win the game, but I kind of forgot other units exist. 3 Rex is good versus Toss. This 3 Rex is not a 3 Rex. This is a... yeah. Rex. Unless I'm entirely wrong, you got the build mapped out. Yeah, if you can build 2 Rex in a factory at the same time, it's not a build, it's what's left. Yeah, this game's a bitch. Leave for any amount of time, and guess what? Reaper's gone, SCV's gone, other SCV watches Reaper die while the build order stew comes together in the main. What a Also, what the fuck is this mule doing, by the way? It's been 2.5 minutes. J6 has played probably 10,000 games of StarCraft ever. But, here we are. Here we are. It's been 100 seconds. Oh, not 100. 150 seconds. A total fucking disaster. Like, somehow everything is a disaster. It's kind of like, exercise, I assume, I'm told. Like, if you can run a mile in 7 minutes and then you don't run for a year, you come back and you try to run a mile in 7 minutes. Good fucking luck, my friend. And here we are, quarter mile through.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Rivet, I don't know why that probe's still there. The SCV chased the probe all the way around until it eventually died at the wall. Now, none of this is game deciding because the Protoss maybe never had a build. Alright, it's very likely.
Base is under attack.
Of course, they do have Eddie units, which is a problem now. That's what happens when you lose the Reaper. Is they can just, you know, like, walk across the map with an Adept. Oh no. And now here we are. Wow, this is not good. This is very bad. Oh, it's gonna be it's a bad time. Oh. What a disaster.
This better be good. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Add-on
Was that a Hellion? I'll take units I built because I didn't know what to build for 100 minerals, please.
complete.
You want SCV ready? We can use some help here. Ready to raise some hell.
Ready for dust-off.
What do you think? What? Does it matter? Anyways.
Ready to raise some hell.
Ready for dust-off.
Base is under attack.
Maybe there's DTs, in which case he just spent his only scan scouting if he had DTs. If he scanned and saw DTs, he would have lost the game. So, even if the only thing that would have been useful to scan was scanned, it would have been self-defeating.
Absolute Henny just donated $20.
The only thing might have been like a Stargate, seconds before a Stargate unit comes in. Maybe.
Ready for dust-off.
On the bright... So this is not sick. Like, where is it? What was his name? Fucking Dudley or something. Same map, same matchup, same situation. The Protoss managed. He was gold, which J6 is scratching on.
$20.
Oh, I guess the Protoss has no fucking units. This Protoss who just attacked me and I got very lucky to kill all his units probably has no fucking... Oh, what the fuck are those? I guess I'll just fly across the map in medevacs for, like, why are you even in the medevacs? Like... And don't pretend like this is, I just came back after 6 months. You were doing this your entire fucking career. Every diamond or temporarily embarrassed diamond Terran has. And continues to. And that's why, in majority, they're diamond. Would be sure nice to have another medevac of units, eh? Yeah, flying the orbital might have been a priority. This is still a game, because the Liberator, I don't know, it got 20 probe kills, no, 13 probe kills. Don't you do it. Just fucking walk. Just walk. Don't. Don't.
Mineral field.
SCV ready.
Don't.
You want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted.
Don't.
It's about to get heavy. This better be good.
There's an observer, by the way, watching you. It's right there. Watching literally your every step. Or non-step. The beauty of it is, because the Protoss has no plan or follow-up, there's still a dream here. Like, there's still a chance. Because the army is better. Oh yeah, just fire that Liberator right on out. Alright, we're walking, and we're walking. Very good. Very good. Not so good. I guess if you build enough cannons, eventually you counter Liberators. Okay, so it's one Liberator. He's literally doing nothing else. Even this Protoss can manage it. Like, there's nothing else happening. I think he can count. Like, well, maybe not. I don't know.
Detected.
Fable Senpai is chilling for 15
There's literally
minutes.
nothing else going on. Micro! I guess we're walking, but it's almost worse because the medevacs are so far ahead. It's a good move. Are you zoomed in? Oh my god. The panic is so real, you scrolled in the camera. Ah! Oh my god. Oh jeez. Well, that's a disaster. Will you realize? Oh, there it is.
This better be good.
Well, that was... It's a C+ for Platinum. That was... Yeah, about everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And it was still almost okay, because at least you built units. Wow, you really managed to rack up between losing an SCV to a probe, losing a Reaper to probes, delaying your production about as long as possible, building random units, scanning for no reason, losing a medevac to... It still almost was okay. Almost. Not quite, though. Alright, we got Bob and Dreadharm, and then DJ... Oh no, we're raising the price! I didn't realize. It's now $30, as we're already pushing 4 hours, and we still have like 1, 2... are these all different games, DJ Merlin? Got 4 fucking games. People who know the mistakes they're making. Bob, why are you playing Zerg? And why does it look like this? What is this? What is it? What is this? What am I looking at? What the fuck is this? What is this graph? What? No, he's just sitting there. Doing no... I mean...
You got this. One way or another.
So this is advanced plat. I'm building... I got that. And I assume the 1500 army value is queens. Like 10 queens. Literally just queens.
The enemy attacking your swarm. Your precious...
Alright. So, who would have thought? He built a Reaper.
Drones are falling.
You lost 2 drones to a Reaper, which is 2 more drones than you should lose to a Reaper.
Just ready to rumble.
So that's not great. Also, are we going Zergling speed, or is the gas for show? Or just mining gas for the funsies, I guess. Alright. It's just one drone? No, I'm not talking about the one drone mining gas. I'm talking about the 180 in the bank. But that pales in comparison to a Reaper killing 3 drones.
Queen's all done. Good choice. A new queen.
If you weren't going to use it, why have it? It's a waste of what could have potentially been a lot more drones or overlords. You don't want to mine it and have it sitting there. It doesn't gain interest. It's not yet Spore 20, but I guess we have 1 Spore. Might as well add more.
Brood under attack.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Blue Flame Hellions. So this is why we usually wall off with the Evo Chambers and the Roach Warren and all that. And also have Overlords more than, like, the Overlord here, 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 like, in your side of the map, pervert pillars. That's what Overlords are for. So that way, 5 Hellions don't run in and kill your entire mineral line. There's a few stopgaps, literally, that we build for that. Well, this is, you know, it's just a general strike. It's like, between not having a queen, between building 2 spores to stop the Reaper against no air units, between not having the Overlords in position, 356 gas in the bank. Is it just 1 drone right now? Technically, you have a Roach Horn on the way, but what are you going to build? Unupgraded Roaches? Just Ravagers? Are we doing a queen push? You're building 7 drones to replace the ones that these Hellions are slaughtering. 14!
Hatchery cooked up a fresh queen for you. New queen. Runda's here. She's disappointed. Nope. Can't do.
I'm banking on the Terran, not macroing. Well, you can't bank much because you're losing all your fucking drones. You lost 20 drones to just Hellions. He was upgrading Blue Flame and it didn't even finish before he killed all your drones. Like, he has 4 CCs, by the way. So, this is Diamond. Like, he's gonna... Remember the last Terran. Diamond 3. Still had a build order more complicated than anything we've seen below the Grandmaster League for Protoss. Oh my god, did he just run by with Hellions again? I can't believe he's done this. What a crazy idea. Like, why are we watching the rest of this fucking game? You can't lose 50 drones and then have no lair. And, like, you can't... just leave. Just leave the game. It's time to leave. You've lost 40 fucking drones. Get the fuck out of here. Just move on. At this point, we just do-over. Like, you can't lose. I wasn't even exaggerating. It's 46 drones. That is more than you have. That's unfucking acceptable. I haven't seen this many drones lost since Idra rage quit against Boxer. And that's probably even less because you didn't have as much economy back in the day. But the idea stands. Only down to 6 drones against someone with mules. And also, you don't build SCVs out of your barracks. So a Terran who's ahead on workers with mules is so far ahead you can't even see them. Especially because your overlords are so poorly placed. Like, his SCV production is separate from his army. So that means when you lose drones, you've also lost larvae, which is your production time. And you're losing larvae as well because your queens are chasing these fucking Hellions all the way into your main. So the last time you larva injected more than half of your hatcheries was like in a flashback. I don't. You can't lose 46 drones to Hellions. That's it. Like that's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole game. And no, you can't. And now, thankfully, like after the second set of Hellions, well, nice of you to add to the count by killing more of your drones building spines, which are obviously too late. Because now we're gonna lose even more okay. Alright, so we're up to 64 drones. I'm offended that you're not leaving the game. Like, at this point, yeah, that's enough. You can leave the game now. Those spine crawlers, what are they gonna do? Stop 8 Hellions from killing drones? They're gonna strongly suggest they leave. And by the time 80% of your drones are dead, they might kill the Hellions. That is the... Like, you have a roach, Warren.
Mineral patch is gone.
Ah, yes,
and
a
it's not
lair.
coming back.
It's time for macro.
A mineral field. You can't do your...
Oh my god, those spine crawlers doing a great job of stopping him from murdering all... Yeah, I showed him 75. So, he only killed most of your drones. And then the spine crawlers put a stop to that. Valuable investment. You saved as many drones as you wasted on spine crawlers. I mean, if he just never attacks, it is the correct call at this point. It is the correct call to be so obscenely greedy that if he actually attacks, you can build an army. You can't even, at this point, why even bother with units? But you can't just go Greater Spire, though. Like, and that Greater Spire is not even good. Just go Lurkers.
Your brood's stronger now.
No, not everything else. Okay, the one thing you don't do is go Mutas. Because, yeah, maybe if it was quick. Like, what is best case scenario for the Mutas? He literally has no turrets and no units that shoot up. You're not even 100% sure he's going mech, but I mean, it's very likely.
Out of that mineral. Your creep tuner's under attack. You engage the enemy. On purpose, the swarm is threatened. You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief. Your base is under drones are under attack.
Well, 2 Thors would counter those Mutas. He has more than 2.
Your brood is under attack. Brood under attack. Panic time.
Like, so your obscene. If you had lost only at this point, if you had lost only 50 drones, maybe it was playable. Like, the macro isn't bad. It's just it keeps being lit on literal fucking fire.
Check the replay. Find that play button.
So the first Hellions were bad. The next 3 were unacceptable. So C+, because the macro... No, the Mutas were a stupid choice. The Hellions did infinitely more than they ever should. The response was poor, but creep spread and the drone production was okay. So mostly terrible, except for the very basics. Like, if you just do anything but lose all your drones and build only queens. Like, almost literally anything else. I'm saying, like, build the same amount of drones, but also don't sit there with 600 gas and try to convince me that's not a waste of time. Like, yeah, no GG, classic. But he's a barcode Terran. He got lucky. No. That's for you, it's not for the opponent. So no gas, 4 base. Don't... Okay, if that's what you want to take away from it, go ahead. Alright. It's not like there's literally world championship level examples to work off of. We got... Oh, here we are. It's exciting. Okay, guys. This game was a naked bike ride through a sandpaper car wash.
New subscriber detected.
So it looks like battlecruisers, loses battlecruisers. Thank you, Pygon. From Dreadhunt. It's gold Terran versus Terran. Just the most engrossing, enthralling, incredible matchup we all know and definitely acknowledge. Based on that information, I'm sure we're looking for coaching here.
SCV ready.
What's gonna get in your base? Like, you got 1 out of 3 in gas. Building a second depot. No.
Ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
I'm not even bothering at the orbital thing. There's obviously a lot on his plate.
SCVs, they're under your command center upgrade is.
So what's the build? Dreadharm. What's the build? What are we building?
SCV ready.
Don't. Just don't. You realize you're on one base.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Oh, are they just there to fight a Reaper that you don't know exists? Oh, he does. What a professional game. You know what? I take it back. All right, what a pro gamer. He must have seen it somewhere. Or assumed it. Either way, genius. Genius. Unfortunately, now he has 700 minerals and 200 gas. But now the Reaper had to pay the blood toll. And is now unhappy that it won't be able to kill as much stuff. So, well, looks like it's still gonna kill some stuff. This is his camera we're on, by the way. This is his camera right now. Oh. Yeah, I was wondering if, like, I missed something. Nope. Well, looks like that Reaper's still gonna find some progress here. Alright. Oh, get out of there.
SCVs.
Micro! Here we go. One Reaper, another kill. Uh-oh. His base is very large. There's a lot going on. One Reaper. So here's the thing about Terran. You know, as a Terran player, what you can build is a Reaper as well. That's why usually players will build a Reaper, because if their opponent builds a Reaper, then you'll both have a Reaper. I know it sounds crazy, but believe me, it works. Got him, though. That was worth it. Alright, so losing 3 SCVs to a Reaper we spent a bunch of effort trying to stop, while 2 other SCVs, one is being chased around the map, and the other one is also here, and I'm not sure when that happened. So that is not the ideal start.
SCV ready.
Alright. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm gonna get some... Hey, man the walls!
SCV ready.
Alright, we're gonna proxy. Oh, it looks like we brought the SCV to where the Marines were, and then they shot it down at the walls. Alright, because proxying is really gonna speed things up. What are we even building? Because there's no fusion core. Like, it's a proxy tech lab starport. So, huh. He's walled off as siege tank, but I feel that one. We've all been there. All right, that's just plain Terran. Yes. Unfortunately, we don't have any tanks. I'm not entirely convinced that this starport is going to have much value, but well, that is not great. That tank is hiding. So the Banshee. No, you're not. No. Okay. Well. Ah, another drop. So this is the kind of shit I assume people are dealing with when they tell me they just get constantly harassed in the low APM challenge. Not me, but like as comments. They're like, Winter, I try to follow your build, but, and then I'm gonna paraphrase because they're lying. I'm going to say what they actually mean instead of what they actually say, which is, I get attacked by any units, have a panic breakdown, block my own units, forget the build, and then try to piece it back together after losing 3/4 of my economy. And now, of course, what they usually say is, I get multi-pronged harassed by one base rushes, and I don't know how to keep the momentum. No, losing 3 SCVs to a Reaper is not multi-prong harass. It means you're slow. And I know, this entire low APM series is about being slow. But, wow. Also, it's 2 bases. Every time someone says it's a this base attack, and they're in the leagues, what they really mean is he had at least 1, if not more bases. Because neither player is really spending their money, they're just panicking. Both of them have a 3rd command center in the bank, if they chose to build it. So it's not the money that's the issue. The issue is usually between the chair and the monitor. It might be like the keyboard. Actually, let's narrow it down. The chair and the keyboard, even. I'm sure this cloaked Banshee will do it, though. You know, this zooming in when panicking thing is really... It's starting to become a trend. As he's zoomed in here. Wow, it's like 2 ticks of zoom in. And if all the better to micro with. Oh, well. Alright. He does it, it's still going. Like, we're still zoomed in. Like, this is an AoE 4. Oh my god. Is this gonna be the same? Is this gonna be the guy with the 13-inch laptop screen who didn't notice before? Like, are we in for another one of these? I don't know if I can handle it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, did he just zoom back out? No. Jesus Christ. I can't. On a scale of 1 to even, I can't. Oh my god. That's an interesting skin. Dodge! Oh, he has the turn. Oh no! Oh, back into the scan! So, you know the thing about the, and I quote, a naked bike ride through a sandpaper car wash? You never really talk about how you got into the car wash or were naked in the first place. Or on a bike. Like, how did that happen? It appears, at this case, it was by choice. Because, like, you don't... Usually, it's not a normal scenario that, one, car washes are made out... It looks like a lot of effort went into that situation. And it looks like we're really putting the effort in this game as well. This is a strong... This is the camera. This is the camera as we macro here, by the way. Alright. We're gonna build... Okay, please. Please. So, there are two choices here. He's playing, like, on his phone. You guys have phones, right? Or... He's played so few games he doesn't notice. Or this happens so often he doesn't notice. Or he likes it this way. I'm like, maybe some of all of them. Right, so just for reference, this is what it should look like.
The minerals have up and gone.
We switch from a Viking to a Liberator. Which is, okay. Oh my god, he's up there more! He's gotta notice now. It just went another tick. We're getting too close. There's no way he doesn't notice. Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Alright, finally. It took zooming in too far. He had to go too far to realize, oh, wait a second. Oh, that was too much. That was a bridge too far. Oh my god. That tank is just taking up permanent residence. It's just chilling. It's where it lives now.
Reporting for action.
SCV ready. Armed and ready.
All hands to battle stations.
Alright, so the TPM is raising. He's building turrets. Okay. There are 3 distinct options here. Twitch chat sub up. Wake up, sheeple. I'm not asking if he does any of these things. I'm asking which of these things he does first. The choices, you have 30 seconds, are ignore and build more army when he sees literally command centers of minerals spent on turrets, build even more air units, or realizing he also needs turrets. Which one is first? I'm not saying that these are all off the top. I'm saying which one is committed to first. It appears the people are siding with the TPM. Alright. Turrets it is. Alright. Well, it looks like turrets do counter liberators. He's building a Raven. Wait. Builds a fusion core. I think a fusion core is the commitment to air. Because he's not building turrets and he's not building ground. I guess a fusion core is... Oh. Uh-oh. Oh my. Yeah, well, it's kind of none of the above, but the closest is the air. He's decided... Okay. He built a... No, he canceled the Raven. Because he did. I'm sure a planetary will solve the problem. That house tank. And there are the turrets. But the first instinct was battle cruisers. If I had said build battle cruisers, I bet it would have gotten a lot more votes. But battle cruisers definitely fall under air units. Well, this is happening. Yep, yep. There it is. That's what that is. Battle cruiser in production. Is it at home? No, they're 2 battle cruisers. Alright. Yeah, the other guy will probably not figure out that a 3rd base exists because that's very macro intensive. The counter scared! Well, there goes. I don't know why there was a Hellion, but there goes the Hellion. The turrets. Nope, they still can't build it. There's still tanks there. I don't know how many SCVs. 32 SCVs have died. I think about 7 of them trying to build a turret in the location that keeps getting hit by tanks. But we have... Can't be running away. Gotcha now. And then we retreat back, realizing that Vikings shoot back.
The minerals have...
So, there's a lot. There's a lot here. Okay, step 1. The commitment to the blink, but just barely over the top. Step 2, the fact there are already fucking turrets there. The blind jump. Like, this is like a Star Wars jump right here. It's like, should we do some scouting beforehand? Maybe with some of these, like, robots we have in this hyperspace? No! Ah, fuck, they're right there! Like... We have technology to scan, and we have the energy for scan. But no! Jump! No! That's a trap! Who would have thought? Oh, wow. These tactical jumps are a little... the tactics are not perfectly sound. This is about as dead as a battlecruiser's gonna get. Alright. Well, fuck. Alright. Well, there it goes. Just don't look at it. Jesus Christ. Ah, yes, we have the depot suburbs. Once again, depot gentrification. The house tank is still a house tank at half HP, by the way. I don't even know what hit it. What hit the tank? Was it the first push? It's at, like, 3/4 HP. Ah, yes, that's where we would expand, obviously. I think he's more likely to scout that base than the actual 4th. I'm not sure how much having the production on the other side of the map is really paying off here. Don't do it. Don't. You can jump away. Also, Yamada would not be a bad investment. Customarily, it's used to micro away from the fight. Or you could just not. Is also on the table. Well, we tried battlecruisers, didn't work out. Let's try Thors. We can't build tanks because he's already building tanks. He got tanks in the pick ban. Like, I'm allowed to build a few house tanks, but otherwise, no tanks. All right. So I can build Thors and battlecruisers. He got siege tank Viking, which a lot of people in the pick ban phase, they usually go for Marines or Marauders, but I like to pick Thors right off the bat. So that way they can't build Thors, and we lock out that hero from them. So Thors are really what we rely on. The battle cruisers are how we open up the early game, but then we switch into the Thor composition once we macro it out.
They're under.
Is that command center? Yep.
Hey, they're attacking our base.
Yeah, I can't believe that one didn't work out. Those rally points are... Yep. He's building Vikings, which I'm pretty sure is illegal.
We fit command center got better. Mineral fields.
He's breaking the rules right now. Well, he's allowed to have house Vikings. As you see here, like this is a house Viking. It guards the base. But those Vikings are not allowed to move outside of the base. That's what Liberators are for. He also picked Liberators, which was a strong choice.
Ready to plug her.
There, House Viking for the natural. You get one more. He's building one more, so it makes sense. Oh, that one's supposed to go to the main.
The minerals.
2 House Vikings for the third.
Reporting for action.
Ah, yes, the Liberators looking good. Thor Liberator. Are all the rules just going out the window now? No, there's no challenge in those. Yeah, Liberator Thor against... Well, now that he's given up his battlecruiser, because he made an illegal overbuild, that means his opponent gets to overbuild. That means his opponent now gets to go battlecruiser, which actually is terrible against Mass Thor, but only if the Thors have unlocked the high impact mode item, which is unlocked by pressing the button for it. So we'll see. So far, the button pressing hasn't been perfect so far.
You're upgraded.
Gangway coming through.
Surprisingly even.
Reporting for action.
Scan. Where's the counter scan, though? There it is. Nope, nothing there. There. Ah, caught it! They're only allowed to scan. There's a specific window to scan. All right? You're only allowed to scan 3 seconds after your opponent scans. You might be like, who gets to scan first? Flip a coin. Flip a coin. That's the only time you're allowed to. There's special rules. All right? You got to understand the rules.
There's no more gas with this one.
High impact mode unlocked.
Mineral field depleted.
Well, a House Thor. That tank's gonna stay, though. That tank is a permanent resident. Remember, he doesn't have tanks on his card.
Have up and gone.
Some turrets. The planetary wall, unfortunately. Well, Thors can technically outrange. And also, they could move as close as they'd like. The battle cruisers. Ah, here we go. The turrets weren't quite done in time. Thors sieging up. Effectively sieging up, I guess. Yeah, unfortunately, the battle cruiser counterplay was a bit of an emotional decision out of our red player. As the Thors are already set up, despite the fact the battle cruiser, well, there's a lot of base to navigate. Huh. Well, all right. Well,
Upgrade complete.
all right.
The minerals.
So where does that leave us? Oh, the Viking Wars. Ah, yes, this is a free Viking timing here. After enough of the power units have been unlocked, everyone is allowed to build Vikings for 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes.
Your upgrade is done.
Okay. After that, it's once again rendered illegal. But next will be the turret phase. A lot of the time we don't get into the turret phase. But after that, we're going to follow up with the cheese tasting phase, which it takes 5 minutes as well. That's when we start claiming the other one rushed for cheese. And then we argue about that instead of actually building units. Did he just kill his own Thor? He was testing the merchandise. It's important because 1 in every 10 Thors will historically betray its master. And a lot of people say it's because of infestors, but nobody's seen infestors in years. So you got to make sure the Thors are willing to turn on their own. For battle cruisers. Left.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Alright, Vikings on the ground. Important precaution. Air Vikings are vulnerable. Gentlemanly duel, as is appropriate for the Viking face. Thors and Vikings, name a more iconic combo. You can't. You can't. And then, of course, we're going to go back to the game and play for 3 more minutes because this is half the ladder games we're going to play this season, so might as well not waste it.
Go, go, go!
The mineral. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready. Armed and ready.
The minerals have up in command center got that mineral.
All right, all right. I'm going to give that game a check mark. It's verified. That game has been verified. Congratulations. All right, no, even better, a blue check mark. I verify that game. It gets the official verification check mark. I don't know how to do the alt code, so check mark. Congratulations. Rarely do we get the verification check mark, but there you go. That was certified 100% a game. Mix it up with your average D3 game, says DJ Merlin. Not knowing that D3 games are literally half the games we've had tonight. Or knowing, either way. Diamond 3 Terran. Add them to the pile. TVZ. Alright. There it is again.
Build some body.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
CC upgrade.
This is not a TVZ build. I think you're getting carried away with the lore here. This is not... Yeah, Yeah, that's not the build. You know, it is important to manage your WPM with your APM. Unfortunately here, we dropped the ball.
SCV ready.
Wait, is he going in circles? Yeah. It worked. It worked. All right. Successfully threw off the build.
Your add-on is all done.
But then you realize,
Your add-on is
oh, it's a proxy.
base under attack.
Okay.
Flip to the corner and pray.
So another disaster piece here. I forgot you were Zerg. Wow. Yeah, really fucked it up. Yep. Yeah, that, well,
Your base is under assault.
fortunately though, wait, okay. Yeah, the guy probably also fucked up his proxy with the, are there 3 command centers? You didn't know he was Zerg and you went 3 CC? Or is this command center coming from another game? I actually don't, was that at the, I don't, where did this come from? I guess the natural?
The enemy is attacking your
Oh,
base.
this is happening.
Your SCVs will be deep.
Is that Burrow? No, why are you scanning? It was just there the whole time. No, it just slipped in. I didn't notice either, alright. No, it was just sitting there. It was hiding at the corner.
Base under
Yeah, it's there the whole time.
the enemy is all
It does kind of feel like a burrowed roach. No, he doesn't have burrow. Are you gonna convince yourself he went burrow? Alright, this command center on the wrong hotkey to keep his shit together. What the fuck was that?
good to go.
So the counter here is just building marines to put in front of your tanks so that way they don't get
Your
sniped.
CC is now
By the way. Because otherwise 3 Ravagers can snipe a tank pretty easily.
is attacking your SCVs. You must construct additional depots.
With 1/1 stim and +1,
Is all over your
or with 1/1 stim and combat shield, you should be able to walk across the map and win. Okay.
upgrade completed.
Oh my.
You took all the minerals from that cluster.
Okay, let me draw your attention right now to the army supply, which is you're winning because his army is 4 Zerglings. How long is this game? 5 more minutes. All right.
You're all add-on finished up. You picked red. The research mineral field continues. Upgrade.
Probably could have saved the tanks.
You must
Yada yada. All you had to do was not die to the roaches and you would be obscenely far ahead. If you lost every SCV, even if you lose every SCV, you're probably still ahead with 3cc Terran. As long as there are no more units in your base and you have any army, you're ahead as a 3cc Terran.
more sup-
I don't even know if the 3cc was intentional,
upgrade is
but it's hard not to be ahead. That's why people go for 3cc when they can.
it actually worked this time.
Yeah, well, okay, fine. That was like a solid B defense. Like, yeah, the chat, not that clever on either side. The scouting, mediocre. The reactions, not great, but you got back to the baseline a little better. Nice generic-ass game. And by generic, I mean super cheesy on both sides, but mostly a terrible Zerg cheese followed by the Terran walking over and winning eventually. But in between this and DJ Merlin's follow-up is Absolute Henny, who, I know this is going to sound crazy, is a low diamond Terran against Zerg. Now, I'm just kidding. He's high platinum. He's about 200 MMR less than that last one. I know. For the first time tonight, we have an approximately 3k MMR Terran against Zerg. Really mixing it up again. DJ Moore wanted me to see that build. But, like, the answer is don't get your siege tank sniped. You can't let that happen. The Marines need to stand in front. Like, you let them get 3 siege tanks for free, which would have been bad if you didn't already crush the attack. Siege tanks are right. Production's fine. Also, you can't ask me too much because you're like, oh, I forgot you were Zerg, which is, you know, not very helpful for anyone. I mean, the only reason it became an all-in is because you did a TVT build, but... Ah, yes, the classic, why am I here? There's another part of my build, but I forget if we're there yet. SCV. Don't lie to me. Why are you getting 2 gas so early? Well, let's see if you use it, or if you just got 2 gas because it felt like the thing to do. There's a factory, which is obviously not for Hellions. Ah, he has a lair on the way.
Complete.
Which is of intense note. Alright. The Reaper, cameraman. Good, fine. It's a Nidus. Alright. Nidus wasn't on my short list. But you actually looked for it with the depot there. I'll give you some credit.
Add on.
There. Yeah, you were looking for it. I wasn't even thinking it until I saw it on the production tab. Nicely done. And then, of course, the natural. So this is when you need to have not select the army key. I mean, it's fine. It's working. This is already a waste of money, but... Did that Overlord die?
Liberation is at hand.
Turrets don't counter Okay, if it's just one turret, fine. Fine. One turret's fine. Okay, my friend. I get it. You crushed the Nidus, but maybe this isn't the time to build a third CC on location. Maybe this is like not the... This is just not it. It's not it. It's not the time. There are many times where you can get away with it. Not that often against Zerg, and maybe not if they're trying to do a Nidus all-in. Maybe just build it like here. I get it, but this is not... Yeah. It's kind of needlessly risky. The top priority is getting Where is my Terran for dummies? Upgrades, production, economy, units, attack. Where are turrets on that? Notice they're not. Upgrades, okay. Production, mediocre. 3 racks into 5 on 3 bases. You don't have a reactor on your starport. It's mostly not even like a money thing. It's just you're not building them. You're prioritizing building random ass turrets. I played him before and lost to the Nidus. Well, there you go. Bold of him to try again.
Command center up.
Classic Zerg cheeser. Advanced, but he wants to get to diamond, all right, and then he'll have no plan. Stop building turrets. Turrets don't shoot at Nidus worms. Like, stop it. Okay, 5 barracks, 1 to 2 factories, and a reactored starport. You have 3 barracks, going on a 2nd factory, and a starport without an add-on. You are not filling in the blanks here.
Mineral field depleted.
Also, it's very likely he has roaches. I guess we're gonna go... Wait, what is this bio-curious shit? Are you going mech? I mean... Okay. I guess. Maybe... You know what? Whatever. Getting a 4th base... There is no question of reactoring the starport. You should have reactored the starport after, like, the 2nd unit.
Command center up.
The starport should have been reactored already.
Add-on.
That is one of... If nothing else. Yeah. Well, despite your best efforts, you're gonna win this fight. Of course, there, but the power of macro. Wow. So, survivor bias here. Like, the Thor survived, therefore I should build more Thors. No! Not really, but... Instead, we're building the correct units, which is good. Even throwing some ghosts in there. So, So here we go again. Wow, for the first time tonight, we're seeing a Terran slap down a Zerg's cheese, get way ahead, and then just kind of win.
Unacceptable command. We are at maximum.
We could use some help here.
Who knows? It might take another battle this time. Nothing like sieging up on the creep with Badelings rolling.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
The reactored starport is not an option. The rest you can make arguments for, but it wasn't like a money problem. It was just a not building it problem. Oh, got those snipes in. Well, that was a boring one. For platinum, it's a B+. You'll definitely become a salty diamond player soon at this rate. Of course, it might take a few games and a few losses to stupid shit like that, but... And then, last but not least, or maybe least, we have DJ Merlin again. But this time with the full countering. Here is, well, I'm just going to your last loss to Protoss, because you seem to be winning most of your games. A short game. Probably, oh, well, we'll see here. Well, I'm not picking another TVZ at the same level. TVP is usually the sticking point, mentally or just generally. Sometimes it's literally just, I cannot handle the idea of Protoss units. That does happen. It's like, Disruptor exists. I'll guess I'll die.
You must be ready.
Okay. No. 2 gas against Protoss. Okay. But with the Rex in the base? Okay.
Command center upgrade.
I'm not necessarily against it. Downloading. Oh no, the new Super Auto Pets update in the background. You guys will have almost.
Izo has his
What is this?
For 25
Okay,
minutes.
what are you doing
25
over
is almost
Merlin?
here.
Merlin! You can't be like, oh, I forgot you were Zerg, when apparently your only build is a TVT build. Like, what if he builds upwards of 1 gateway unit? Like, this is now not just Terran versus Zerg, but also Terran versus Protoss, which you definitely know he's Protoss. We're doing Reaper Hellion. It's like, well, if I have a TVT build, I can just use that for everything, can't I? So, if the Protoss or Zerg handles this well, you have no units, and you've delayed your economy. Sometimes it might do damage, because who builds 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions, right? But this is a big commitment. The reason it's not a big commitment against Terran is because if they build it and you don't, they just jump in your base and win the game. Yeah, I mean, it's got the gotcha factor. I don't mean Genshin Impact, I mean, like, surprise! 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions, to which most people would say, what the fuck? Like, apparently it didn't expand. Alright. So, there's a robo right there. Looks like he... Huh. You know, I think you come out ahead of this one. Okay, you don't come out 3 CCs ahead, motherfucker. Like, fucking Terrans. Like, you come out, I have an expansion, he doesn't. Okay. Build a bunker, build some more racks. Build a bunker, build 2 more racks, lock it down. Don't make it so you have a questionable amount of units against someone who's effectively on 1 base. Maybe don't do that. Oh, and then an NG Bay. If you build a second NG Bay, that means you are not reacting to any sort of scouting information whatsoever. Like, the turrets, I can actually well, I can't justify fucking... Where's the second turret? Okay. These are horrible turret placements. Like, what are you defending against? I guess DTs-ish, but, like, just put it in the mineral line. They'll go around. Yes, I know you have a Raven, but Let's be honest about the survivability of Ravens once the Selectal Army Hotkey gets involved. Like, even if it is DTs, like, you're covering like a 30-year mineral line. And they can easily just kill the turrets. If that's really what it comes to. Like, we're now spending 200 minerals on turrets. And you have a Raven. Like, so we're delaying additional marine production to defend against something we don't even know exists and we already have defense against. Which, you know, doesn't seem like the ideal use of minerals. So that command center created a wall that the tank, after the depot was closed, had to go all the way around the back, out the other side, and still can't get down the ramp. Which is beautiful, by the way. Just magnifique.
Build some.
And then you close the deep on the other side just to fuck with it. That was very nice of you. No, you need 3 racks. You need 3 racks. 3 racks, 1 factory, 1 reactored starport. You are not aiming towards 3 racks. You are kind of wandering your way to more racks eventually. No, you need 3 racks. You can afford it. You're just kind of doing everything but.
Your CC is now.
And now we're going to get a 4th and a 5th, like a 3rd and a 4th racks. So the number is whatever, not 3.
You're all mined out of that mineral field.
Dude. Oh my. No, no, no. No. You know, my answer to this is a no. You could have scanned the natural and the 3rd if you actually aimed it instead of slapped it onto the minimap. No. That's going to be a no. Or as they say in Spanish, no. No. No, you don't double scan with 900 fucking minerals in the bank, 400 gas, literally 0 units in production, moving out at fuck knows when. Your stim is halfway done, plus 1 is 2/3 of the way there. Like, you're 2/3 of the way to nothing right now. You could send 1 Marine out and save your money and your effort. But instead, we're out here with the most half-assed army. Yes, he doesn't have a 3rd. Give or take. Throw some more barracks. No, you need to just have a goal. Your goal is 3 racks, a factory, and a starport. Literally the fucking Silver League low APM challenge. And then it ends up being DTs anyways. And now we're going to build 6 more turrets. We're going to scan after the DTs left the base. No, you need to build supply depots now. That's what you need to build. Protoss units, attack! I hate Protoss so much! Oh, fucking Protoss! Oh, fuck that! I hate warp prisms and DTs, and they're the worst. And I'm only significantly ahead economically with way more production and a better army. So what I'm gonna do is throw all that shit away because DTs existed. Literally right now, you have a larger army with more workers and more bases and better upgrades. You have no disadvantage. You are winning the game in every way right now. Why are you obligated to attack a player who has less bases and less economy? Why do you need to attack? What is the purpose of attacking here? So that way, the double Ds of disaster. So disruptors will kill the army that's walking into the front, not even the 3rd. The Raven will die. DTs will kill the main. And you, my friend, have really just put together the perfect barrel of disaster here. Like, you literally could not have fucked this up more. And this is why Diamond Terrans whine about Protoss. Like, you had every single opportunity to not fuck this up. You literally had to do nothing. All right? That's it. To quote a great woman, don't put your dick in it. It's fucked enough already. And right now, all you needed to do was nothing. You just needed to sit at home and build some fucking units. All right, that's it. But instead, here we are.
Your SCVs will be Don't worry, it's not about winning or losing. It's
By the
about
way,
winning or
I do want to point this out. Despite everything, you are still winning. After all of this, you're still winning the game. But that's 2 Gs right there. You, right now, are even on workers. You still technically have more bases with better upgrades and production. But you leave the game because of your weak will and weaker decision making. Classic Terran. Classic. Absolutely. Oh. Just to top it off, this is the kind of games we have Angry Coach for. So I can confirm my biases after anecdotal evidence becomes such a sizable amount that it becomes a legitimate statistical number. A statistical significance. Because I've seen enough Diamond Terrans lose games because of their existential crises as opposed to the actual game itself, that I can predict it from pretty much the start at this case. But here we are, with more supply, more upgrades, more workers, and more production, tapping it out. And with that, I'm gonna be tapping it out for this Angry Coach Marathon. Had a little bit of everything. From Terrans ranging from arguably scripts to your classic Diamond. From Protoss, who can't read, to Protoss, who can't read even less. From Zerg players, who are not actually Zerg, almost no actual Zerg players. Mostly, I tried playing Zerg. Do you think it's good? No. Well, I'm gonna keep doing it. Okay. So that is that. And that wraps up possibly the last pre-patch Angry Coach before the huge balance patch of 2022. Let's hope it's not the last, where several small numbers will be changed. And also Queens will be even more sad to be off creep. That'll wrap it up. Thank you for watching. Like, subscribe, ring the bell. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you learned something, and I know most of you didn't. But that's not the point. The point is you were here, and you watched. Thank you for watching. I hope I made your day and your games a little bit better. Good luck, have fun. Stay chill.